Top of the morning, traders, and happy Monday, February 23rd, and welcome to the most value-packed live trader show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great weekend, is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. This is the last trading week of February. This is a full week of trading. We have a jam-packed week. We have NVIDIA reporting earnings later this week, but a lot of the activity is going to start coming in past the middle point of the week. So far, the indexes are scheduled to open up in the heart of prior day's range. So be on the lookout for some back and forth chop. We want to see some sort of separation away from the 20 on the VIX. And we're officially open. Good morning, guys. Let's get the likes up. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. We did go over some individual names to pay attention to. And of course, we had our weekly planned stream, Stocks After Dark, yesterday as well. All right, so again, let's see what does take place here. That weekly open is set. That daily open is set. That level is going to be critical for us for the rest of the week. There's going to be at least 1 to 3 opportunities off of this level. All right, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. All right, that gap just got eliminated. That gap just got eliminated. 50 likes, guys. Let's get 50 likes. That's the goal. You guys have been doing a tremendous job liking the video. If you're a first-time viewer, go check out some of our older content. Last week's episodes were jam-packed, so go check that out. Okay, so now, right off the open, we're above that PMH. Right off the open, we're above that PMH. Okay, we broke above PMH. Okay, do we have enough follow through now to get above PMH and continue to accelerate? 688, 688.20, 688.20. That's that PMH. Okay, let me take off that TOG BOG. That gap was eradicated, so there's no gap. All right, the way I measure it, there's no gap here. All right, so we're officially open. We're in the heart of that rejection zone. We picked above PMH. If we get some sort of shooter, fall back below it. We saw the game plan we discussed earlier. That could probably transpire. We'll be there for it. Looks like the Qs did sneak above PMH as well, getting that aggressive rejection. The Dow's showing a ton of strength here. So let's go take a look at Walmart here. Walmart is starting to fire on all cylinders here. Walmart. So Walmart, all eyes on Walmart. All eyes on Walmart. As SPY continues to show strength, it looks like a nice little broad buy up. So Walmart is already going, guys. Walmart is already going. So I'll wait for that retest on Walmart. As Walmart continues to go. Look at this, guys. This was that pre-market bounce. That pre-market bounce off that yearly open. That's fueling this. All right. So we're still not directional quite yet. See if Walmart can hold above that daily upside breaker. Walmart is showing some nice strength there. And we're above POC 688.97. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. That 15 showing some strength. 5-minute orb army on the clock shortly here. Okay, we have that daily upside breaker right here. That daily upside breaker is the same as that weekly upside breaker. So this is a compound break. So this level, team, if we get above that, we're above Friday's highs, and Friday's highs were the highs of the week. Okay, so that can open up a nice little gateway to the upside. 5-minute orb army coming up in less than a minute. I like the synchronized buying we're seeing. Let's get the measure. Let's get the measure here. 689.75 is those highs. If you're waiting for that weekly upside breaker, 690 psychological levels right there as well. We do have a nice key zone right here between that PMH and that weekly open. Okay, 5-minute orbit set. 5-minute orbit set across the board. Contracts, okay, they're returning to some level of normalcy. They're trading at a 22 IV. ATR 75, some level of normalcy. Returning. We break above those highs, 689.75. We can get a nice break of that 5-minute orb. And that could lead us into those highs. That daily compound break, weekly down compound break as well. In that case, what would be preferred is if the VIX can slice and dice through 20. All right, VIX slice and dice through 20. That would help that case. That would help the case there. I have PMH at 688.19. Okay, I got 688.20. Some levels to look at. That nice broad information. I'm having difficulty with discipline. I'm giving you permission to hold me accountable. My goal is 200 per day, regardless of what I did the previous week. If I reach that goal for the day, I will have to stop. Absolutely. We'll hold you to it. Always good to share that, guys. That's what the community is for. All right, and the main thing is try to limit the amount of trades to get it done, right? So if your goal is 200, right? So how many trades will you give yourself to take to hit that goal, right? Of course, if you can hit it in one trade, you're done, but it's not guaranteed that first trade is going to lead to those profits. But how many attempts, right? If you're think of it like this, if you want to score 200 points, right? How many shots are you giving yourself, allowing yourself to take to score 200 points? Or $200 in this case, right? Okay, VIX is below the 20s at 1966. Nice engulfing candle on the 5. Nice engulfing candle on the 5. Prior day close 689.43. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Goal is 3,500 subs, of course. So I'm gonna be patient off the open here. Be patient off the open. 5-minute orb army. Of course, your time to shine is above 689.75. That can lead to a nice compound break, of course. If we can hold above 689.43, I could potentially entertain the longs there for early entry. Okay. See if we can hold above prior day highs. Off that nice bounce. If we can, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take a long there. I'll take the calls there. Okay, I'm in the calls. I want that prior day close to hold. See if we can hold above this level. Prior day close. We're moving nicely for rejects. Get stopped out. So that kind of coincided with the orb there. So let's see if that 5-minute candle can regain that strength to the upside. 10-15% stop. Hold above POC 689.74. In the meantime, we want the rest of the indexes to join the party. So first trade of the week. First trade of the week. Ideally, no close back below prior day close. See if we can start speeding up here. Okay, get that continued push. That's that daily upside breaker, weekly upside breaker. I want us to hold above 689.52. Okay, I want that 5-minute candle to start to recover. If it fails to recover, 10-15% stop. I'll be out of there. In the meantime, if the Qs can start to wake up, that would be great. Stay above 689.52. Down 10, down 12. Okay, got to get out of there. Okay, stopped out for 12. If it gets back above it, I can re-engage. So first trade, stopped out there. If it starts to recover, I can re-engage. I just don't want this thing to continue to slide. Okay, let's see if we can go hammer there. Hammer off that prior day close. Okay, so first attempt, stopped out. Let me fix the VIX candle real quick. No, not this. Okay, VIX is starting to show some signs of strength. All right, so I couldn't get any follow through behind that move, right? Hit a wall up there. And now we're starting to slide. All right, so good stop. We're coming to VWAP now. Q's falling off a cliff. SPY falling off a cliff. Aggressive rejection off that daily upside breaker. Weekly upside breaker as well. That rejection was nasty there. Right, so I wanted to see if there's some follow through behind it. No follow through, no close here. No close right there. Look at the Qs. Qs fell back below VWAP. SPY is looking to fall back below VWAP. If this 15-minute candle can go shooter, right? Remember the game plan we discussed in the morning. Grab those pre-market high. Can present an opportunity. Out of that rejection zone. So stopped out here. That was a quick stop out. Okay, we're starting to slice and dice here. Weekly open is right here. So what we know here is, okay, we know that there's some resistance up there. Okay, if we don't get that response off this level, that can turn to a nice breakdown here. So I'll use this as a retrace reject level. Retrace reject in pursuit of these lows. See if this runway opens up. From here to here. See if we can hold below 688.20. So just want to make sure it clears that we don't get that grab of those lows. Buyers don't step in off that daily open, weekly open, and push us back the upside. So let this candle clear. Let's see if that candle can clear before going short. 15-minute orb, 2 minutes away. 2 minutes away. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to like. Okay, it looks like the other side of the orb, 5-minute orb, is right here. So what I want to see is a hold of this territory in pursuit of those lows. I'm looking at the 686s. Okay, I want the VIX to start waking up. The Qs are selling off nicely. I like how that 15-minute candle looks as well. 1 minute left on that orb. So keeping a close eye on this here for that retrace reject. Keeping a close eye on that level for that retrace reject. All right. Again, that is that weekly open. So I want to use extra layer of confluence before going short there. So now let's see if the VIX can get back above 20. Can the VIX get back above 20? If we reclaim 688.20, that turns into a pre-market high reclaim bounce. So the best thing I did on that last trade is just stop out. right? Obey the stop. Okay, let's see if we can get that hold below that level, that weekly open if we can. VIX continues to show some signs of life. I look to take this to the downside in pursuit of this runway here. I like how we're holding below that pre-market, the VWAP on all the indexes. Okay, 15-minute orb is right there. Okay, one little bounce to the upside. Okay, now I want that bounce to get faded. We'll look to take it to the downside. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'll take the puts. Risk being that PMH. So no close back above PMH. If it gets back below PMH, I'll get stopped out. We need to get below 687.15. Took the 685s here. If you did take this, manage accordingly. A 15-minute orb on me, that's kind of like a ripple. That's a ripple. See that continue to push lower. I want the VIX to stay above 20. I like this 5-minute, 15-minute candle grab of those highs. We grab those pre-market highs that we discussed, up 14. TP where you need to. Up 15. Take a majority off right there. Okay, down to runners. Thank you. Okay, now we need to close below here, guys. 50% retrace. It's 50% retrace of the month. So again, those targets going to be all those targets, guys. We got to respect those targets going into today. Already locked in at 15. See if we have a little bit more room to push. My NC is going to be here. No close back above that weekly open. Again, some pushback off that weekly 50%, monthly 50% retrace. All right, that 15-minute candle. See if we can hold. Stay in force. If we get back above that daily open 687.80, I'll stop out on runners. Okay, see if we can hold that. No close. If it reclaims it decisively, we'll get out of there. That's a nice little retest of that orb as well. Nice little retest. Want some follow through. Some buyers here that stepped up need to get smashed back to downside. Okay. Okay, so let's see if this can continue to push. All right, I already hit target at 15%. So I'm just trying to see if these runners have a little bit more room to go. I like how that VIX looks. The Qs are starting to bounce off those lows. Okay, I'll close that right there. Right, don't want to give back too much. Looks like a reclaim. If you're still in, just manage accordingly. If you've already extracted profits, congratulations. If you're still waiting, continue to wait. If it breaks down one more time, I don't mind re-engaging. Okay, if it breaks down one more time, full breakdown, I don't mind re-engaging. Because if it does break down, that can turn to a nice breakdown. That needs to get below 687.15. See if you can get below it. I like how the VIX showing strength. Needs to hold below 687.15. That's a critical area. That's what's giving us a hard time right now. So bulls are using this to try to make that bounce off that level. Right? If we can hold below it, that'd be great. 15 gets confirmed. That's that first target. Something like this. Okay. Want a nice break there. The down goes the down. The only thing bouncing right now is the Qs, guys. As soon as the Qs start to fade, this can start to fade as well. As soon as the Qs start to fade, this can start to fade as well. I want to break below 687.15. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, see if you get that nice breakdown below it. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, up 8. If you did take this, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. If you still held from earlier, great job. See if you can hold that level. So don't want it to get back above this level here. Did see 7-8%. Right, see if you can hold that level back to downside. If you can, that'd be great. No close back above that daily open. Okay, I'm gonna close it right there. All right, don't want it to turn to reclaim. So took this to the downside, second attempt. All right, after TP in there, couldn't get that follow through. And I might just need to slow down a little bit, all right? Slow down a little bit, taking a lot of trades during this first 20 minutes. All right, so couldn't get that follow through that I wanted. We're starting to see some buyers step in here. Stopped out here, right? Knowing that I'm at the very, very edge. All right, so again, I'll move away from this second trade. So the first one worked out, second one stopped out. Don't have the cleanest entry. Did see about 7, 8, but not enough to get that continued push. So far, that's 3 trades within the first 20 minutes. So we'll look to slow down. We'll look to slow down, and I'll look for the next setup. Okay, you don't take any of those trades. Stopped out. Netflix puts. Beautiful job. $200 is nice with over a 15% win rate. Goal is 200, but also set max loss. All right, the contracts are moving, guys. They're moving. Keep in mind that we are still trading within Friday's range. A lot of back and forth. A lot of back and forth here. So what we're seeing is the buyers are refusing to give this up. Okay, so they're refusing to give this up. First 0 DT in a while, trimmed, dropped. Beautiful job, 77% for Sancho. Okay, let's see if we can get that nice full breakdown. First wave collision. We did test the VWAP. Now do we have enough fuel? Now do we have enough fuel? We're moving about 94 cents per 5-minute candle. Be on lookout for that inverse head and shoulder. Let me put the VWAP here on the chart. Again, see if we get some sort of separation away from that 20. Some sort of separation away from that 20 would be great. Okay, see if we get a nice rejection once again. That second trade could have waited for a better entry. All right. That entry, wanted to see if we get some follow through behind it for that last little bit of that downside push into this territory here, into that pocket. Why is it drawing? Give me 1 second. The only thing holding us up right now are the Qs, guys. The only thing holding us up right now are the Qs. We take a look at it. You can see everything is starting to sell off. That 15-minute looks good. To the downside, I just want to see if we can hold these lows. All right, that 15-minute That game plan played out to a T, right? Grab that PMH. Grab that PMH, come back to the downside. All right, right now, see that 200 EMA is right there as well. 200 EMA, 50% retrace in the monthly. A lot of levels in that territory. So the best way to approach this is to have a good entry, so you can sit through some back and forth. Sit through some back and forth. So this is the zone. That key zone. Entry off that key zone is the best way to approach it. When it's too close down there, you don't have enough wiggle room. Now the VIX is starting to push back to the downside slightly. Flirting with that 20, still at that 2022. Okay, there we go. Just had to shake me out. There we go. Now you want to hold below at 687.15. Hold below 687.15. And don't take this last. This is an ideal entry right there. That retest right there. Stop down Netflix 15% puts. That's a trailing stop. Okay, starting to turn into a nice little sell-off here. See if we can stay below 685.15. So in this case, the entry is going to be critical, right? So if you have that good entry, you can sit through a little bit of back and forth. If your entry is very near the area where price is, right? It's not off of a bounce. We can start to you can get stopped out. Okay, we're at the lows of the day here. The lows of the day, nice retrace reject. Could have done a better job in this area, executing, being a little patient, more patient. So dip back into this territory, starting to sell off. And now, of course, the final destination is all the way at that 685.85. 685.85. 685.85 is the final destination. But you see, at the very low of each candle, we're getting a bounce. Right, so again, make sure to take those profits, guys. If you're seeing green. And today might be a day to one shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. Okay, we're below at 200 EMA. Oh, those Friday puts, Sancho, beautiful. How are those looking? Walmart, that was a beautiful retest on Walmart. Thanks for bringing it to our... That was a beautiful retest right there on Walmart. So we're selling off on the 15, guys. Selling off on the 15. Across the board. All right, so be careful going long, especially in the middle of nowhere. Walmart, so we're seeing that continue push in Walmart. Qs are the only thing really holding up right now. Qs are trying to hold up. Okay, trying to hold up. Qs are starting to bounce. Walmart's out here. Anyone catch Walmart? Walmart slipped my hands twice. Okay, so this was the runway. From this key zone all the way to here, that's the runway. So we're about to fill that key zone fully. We're about to fill that runway all the way. For us to continue to sell off, we do have another runway, but it's going to take a lot of selling pressure to get us into the jaws of this runway. So I do anticipate some sort of response, maybe off from the bulls off that level. We have the yearly open. We have that daily 50% retrace. We have that pre-market low. Ton of things there. So far, 3 trades. 1 TP, 2 stop outs. Terrible entry here. Could have done a better job being a little more patient. But now on to the next opportunity. Walmart retest. I got a 5-minute retest on Walmart morning oil, looking for the peak below pre-market low. Contract long, entire value of the contract is stop. Yeah, that's a nice little bounce that can potentially take place there in this territory. All right, so that gradual drop into those lows. Now look at the time and sale. Time and sale speeding up. Let me make sure my filter is on here. Okay, filter up for the big orders. Sometimes when it starts to move really fast, you get a lot of those small orders. But if you filter out for the big orders, larger orders, you can see the better moves. So we're operating between that 687.15 and that 685.94. Okay, the Qs are the only one that's really holding up here, guys. Qs are the only one that's holding up. Okay, see how our interaction goes with this level here. Do we reclaim and start to push back the upside? Potential engulfer on the 5 here. Potential engulfer on the 5, but we need to get above that 687.15. All the waves on the 1 pushing to the downside. 5 flipping. We're below VWAP. We're below VWAP. Got a piece of that move. We'll refill my mug. Beautiful, beautiful. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? We got 70 people joining us on the check-in. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. We took 3 trades already. 2 stop outs. 1 TP. So far, red on the day. Directional standpoint, good read. But got to wait for that bounce. Keep in mind, guys, within the big, broader context, we're still within prior day's range. All right, we peaked above the daily upside breaker, of course. All right, that was the first trade to see if we can peak above and continue to push. Now we're basically back in the heart of Friday's range. So do we have enough fuel off this rejection to send us lower? Of course, send us lower as the target is down here. In this territory, price action combination, there can be a nice potential bounce off this area. High risk bounce. That is a key zone. Targeting 687.15. Of course. Waiting for that bounce. Good, good, good. So how are we doing so far, guys? How are we doing so far? So far, that breakdown, that retrace reject off that breakdown was beautiful. Outside of that, that's the only move. This is also a compound break, the 15 and the 5. As far as orb is concerned. We might do a back test series. What do you guys think of the back test series for the 5-minute? The 5-minute orb. We did the 15 last time. Let's see if we can do the 5-minute for a few weeks. I was thinking of doing that or doing both of them simultaneously. There we go. Look at that push. That retrace reject right off of this level. So do any buyers step in here? No buyers. Unlocks this new dimension, guys. So you see initially we couldn't get above it. We couldn't get below it. We got below it. Retrace, reject. Nice slice and dice to the downside. And the sell-off continues. A nice rejection off the VWAP on the Qs. Qs are selling off now for the first time. So the Qs were the ones that were kind of bouncing off those lows. Right? And now that synchronized selling continues. All right. So let's see if we get some sort of response. Reclaim 685.85. If we get no response off of here, that's an indictment of how strong that selling pressure is, because this is the pre-market low. This is the yearly open. This is the 50% retrace of the daily. One thing is the VIX is starting to accelerate. We're getting some separation, guys. This is sustained separation. All right. So this is going to support that continued push. Anyone still in those runners? If you are, tremendous job. And now we're below this very, very strong key zone. If we can hold below it, right, this has continued room all the way into that weekly 50% retrace. Waves are waving, looking nice. Look at that continued dump here. All the index is dumping. So the bears continue to dominate. And now the VIX is about to get to 21. Main thing is don't chase it off those lows. You got to get those rejections. Okay, those rejections. Before going long, at least wait for the VIX to start cooling off. If it can come beautifully into 21, reject off 21, and spot gets above 687, 685.87, that'd be great. Be on the lookout for that 5-minute hammer here. Turn to reclaim. So you want to clear out, make sure it clears out and it doesn't turn to retrace reject. And if it does do that, risk reward on that reclaim looks good. I'm looking at the 687s. $687s. Getting currently retrace reject in there. See if I can go a little further. Further out, sit in it a little bit, use less size. 689s would lead us all the way back up here, back to pre-market high. So I look at the 689s. We get that reclaim. Right, reclaim meaning we get back above 685.87. We get that 5-minute hammer. If you're waiting for the official reclaim, you're gonna have to get that 5-minute candle to close. In the next 2 minutes, break above those highs, risk being those lows. All right. So again, guys, keep in mind it is Monday. Ease your way into the week. See, we had a nice hold above 685.87. Keep in mind that converges with the waves. So the waves are right there. So we need that continue to push above 685.87. That selling pressure is strong. If you're still bearish, you're using this zone for potential retrace reject. Keeping a close eye on 685.87. Keeping a close eye there. The sell-off continues to persist across the Qs, across IW. IW, good night. Good night, IW. So this is the yearly open. Last week, if you recall, for the good chunk of last week, it was just a fight over that yearly open. Do we get that flag break? Selling pressure is too great here. No trades yet. Good, good, good. Nice little flag break there. That 5 minute, no signs of life there. Retrace, reject off that zone. So what that tells us is there are sellers here, guys. Sellers are there, and we're unlocking this new runway. So this retrace reject would be the shallow entry for those for the shorts. And you can target right those lows. Sorry to hit those lows. Oh, you took that breakdown mixing. Beautiful, beautiful. You gotta be a sniper, guys. Today's sniper mode. Right, you can be right on the chart, but if the execution is off, you can easily be wrong. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 50 likes to do the giveaway. We do have our boot camp coming up this Saturday. We'll discuss that in detail in just a little bit. Ways to sign up. All right, we will be talking about that all week. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Weekly sentiment. Poll question for today. Weekly sentiment. Bullish, bearish. 41% of you say bearish. Now, so let's see if we get a nice little reclaim here. Looking at the 689s. Calls, that is. I need that reclaim first. I need us to decisively reclaim this area. All right. Reclaim means get back above that level. Get back above that level. If we can do that, I got the 689s ready to go. I'm going a little further dated here. On Mondays, it's always advisable to use Mondays and Fridays, use less size. Ease your way into the week. If it rejects once again, there's no signs of buyers. I don't want to be the only buyer there. Don't want to be the only buyer there. So we got that nice little candle here on the 5. Sell-off continues to persist on the Dow. IW, getting a nice little bounce on IW. If you're looking for the test of the waves on the 5, all right, you got that one test here. We're still quite a ways away. We got the test here. All right, so the trend is still to the downside. So if you're a trend trader, to the downside. This morning's game plan, guys, if you joined to this morning's game plan, it played out to a T. All right. This morning's game plan was literally right there. Could have done a better job. Got a little excited off the open. Could have done a better job following it to a T. The game plan was essentially there was 2 things we're looking for: peak above here, and get that drop. All right, and if we get that drop, we come into pre-market low. We can possibly get that reclaim. If that reclaim fails, that continued push into these lows down here. Okay. Thank you for the purchase of Refill My Coffee, Cowboy. Appreciate it for supporting the channel. If you guys have any questions, put it in the chat. Questions in the chat. Okay, let's see if we get that continued push. Nice rejection. All the index selling off. VIX still has room to 21. Main thing is don't chase those lows. At least use those EMAs. Okay, use those EMAs at least for those entries. We got 70, 80 people joining us, guys. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes will do the giveaway. We got 14 likes. 14 likes. 70 plus, 75 plus people on the check-in. So make sure to like the video. How we doing so far, strikers? How we doing, guys? You're still in the Firefly. Beautiful job. Let's check the chat. Okay, so I took 2 trades using the R15, adjusted strategy. I took 5 puts initially, got stopped out, -10, then enter 8 puts, worked out, 2-1. Today, I'm trading from the car using my phone. Ended up 105 for the day. Beautiful job, including the initial loss. Holding one around 15%, I'm green. Okay, good. Still looking for 684.07. 684.07. You got it all the way. Like in this territory here. Slightly below 50% retrace. Okay, new 15-minute candle here. New 5-minute candle here. If we break below those lows, we continue. We have that weekly POC, 684.49, right below us. Right below us. QQQ can be setting up as well. QQQ looks like it's the laggard. This thing continues to sell off. If you can see the Qs, take this off. You can see the Qs here. Keep a close eye on the Qs. As SPY continues to sell off and try to pursue 50% retrace. 50% retrace of the weekly candle. 50% retrace of the weekly candle. So Qs are going back to test that 604.37. 604.27. Which is that pre-market low. So we're kind of caught in the middle. There's nothing for us to do here, right? So we're in the middle of the runway, right? Entries ideally at that key zone or all the way down here. So kind of stuck in the middle. Nothing to really do there. So it's either you're in or you're just letting it play out for the next move. See if the Qs can stay below 604.17. 604.17. Jump over to the 15 here. You can see the 15-minute candles here. We're starting to get some sort of buyer step in here. Right, not enough to influence it. Right, see if they can go hammer across the board. Walmart. Walmart is the name, guys. Walmart left. Walmart officially left the station. Walmart officially left the station. Okay. So we can see on the 5 on SPY our prior interactions with pre-market high. So obviously the next setup waiting for us is that retest of that pre-market high. That pre-market low, I should say, pre-market low. That retest. The Dow continues to fall off a cliff. Absolutely, Arthur. Absolutely. And of course, that coincides with this. And we're moving, we're starting to pick up some aggression on our movement. We're starting to pick up some aggression on our movement. So if you're looking for that last minute rejection, shooter, or that healthy retrace reject, you need a shooter on this candle, continue to push lower, all the way up there. And that's where the reclaim, that potential reclaim exists. So if you're looking to go long off those lows, you're targeting that territory first. Okay. That 15 is as clean as can be. Takes out those lows. If we fall back under 684.49. We can see a nice continued push. Okay, we got that hammer on the 5. Our first hammer on the 5. So you get the hammer break. Again, this is counter trend trading reversal line of thinking. All right. So let's see if the bears allow this buying to persist just to get them back to that 685.65. See if I can hold above this at least. First sign of that 5-minute hammer. $685.03. See if you can hold above that 685. 689s are 30 cents. See if you get that hold. 685.03 if we can get that hold. That'd be great. POC right below us as well. And that can target that 689, 685, 65 territory. Okay, we're getting that 5-minute reversal. So targeting this territory here. So the last thing you want to see up there is a shooter. All right, so there's no more selling pressure. If you're looking for the reclaim, you're existing all the way up here. So you want it to get above the pre-market low, clear 685.87. So this would be the early reversal entry in this territory, right? Targeting here, making sure there's no buyers that step up there. Once we got above 685. And then now trying to see if there's enough room for us to get above 685.87. Until then, this is still resistance. So it needs to be proven to us that there's no more selling pressure there. Somewhat of a rounded bottom, a little bit of a rounded bottom there. See if we can at least lead us into PMH. So if you're a seller, you're welcoming this push. You're welcoming this push. You are welcoming this push. This is primarily being driven by the Qs. Now the Qs are at VWAP. So critical juncture here for the Qs. The Qs reject off that VWAP, go shooter. That can foreshadow potential breakdown as well on SPY. Up 2% live account. Beautiful job. My best today was the runner with 78%. I'm buying relatively cheap contracts. Beautiful, beautiful. That's always a good way, guys. If you wanna babysit, say if you don't have time to babysit the contract itself, right? Going a little further dated and using less size and let it just kind of cook. Or not further dated, further out strike. Further out strike. So first shift, 7 minutes away. First shift, second shift, 7 minutes away. Did take 3 trades first shift. 1 of the 3 worked in my favor. 2 stopped out. So to open things up, right, the sellers are in control. So moving forward, going into second shift, the areas I want to keep my ideas as close as possible to are all these areas here. Right, so regardless of the direction of the idea, I want to keep the entries as close as possible to these territories. Yeah, the entries are very, it's going to require that timing. Right, because you can be right again. Wrong entry, wrong execution. Okay, you're wrong as far as the trade is concerned, but you're right as far as direction. All right, and these candles have some juice to them. They have some juice to them, guys. Okay, the cues, I'm paying close attention to the cues here. Paying close attention to the cues. Okay, do we get an engulfer here? Finally, buyer starts stepping in. We're probably diverging as well. My thing is, can we reclaim here? Because what looks appealing to me to the upside is this run right here between that 685.87, okay, and that 50% retrace of the month. That looks appealing. Back the upside. Of course, the downside as well is here. That's shallow. Or let this thing dump, come into this territory. All right, first shift is in 5 minutes. Next idea will come in conclusion of first shift. Okay. Look at all the back and forth here. Burning all that premium. The area for the shallow shorts just came shy of that entry up there, right? Okay, see that selling continues to persist. Beautiful job, 78% there. Put call ratio was 1.65, lowering down to 1.55. 1.65 is really bearish, correct? Yeah, so if the put call ratio is 1.6, what that means is for every 100 calls, there's 1.6 puts. So that would be bearish. So for every one call, there's 1.6 puts. So if there's 100 calls, there's 160 puts. All right, let me take a look at the Qs. I want that 604.37 break on the Qs. They have a little more selling to do on the Qs. See if I can get that break below on the Qs there. All right, 604.17. Get back below that. For that rejection of VWAP, see if we have enough fuel off of that. So I'm looking to take something a little lower, probably the Qs here. SPY, I'll wait for that bounce. Or rejection off this territory, or reclaim with this bounce down here. So keeping a close eye on the Qs here. I want to break below or go 212 breakdown in the next 2 minutes here. Below 604.28 and 604.17 on the Qs. The 600 contracts on the Qs, they're dirt cheap. The spreads on the Qs is 2 cents. They're just very similar to SPY. So I'm looking at the 600s a little further strike. Okay, I like how the Qs are starting to move here. See if you can get that hold below that. Don't want to wick there. I'm paying attention to the Qs on the 5 here. About to make an entry on those puts for the Qs. Okay, we'll take the Qs right there. So in the puts for the Qs, for that breakdown, QQQ that is. So babysitting the Qs here. This one, I want to see if the Qs can fully break down. If the SPY breaks down a little bit, that's going to help the Qs. Okay, that's going to help the Qs. So I want the Qs to stay below pre-market low, stay below that 15-minute orb. We did flash 8, 7, 8. Let's see if that continue push. We have 1 minute left. I don't want a massive wick back to the upside. Re-establishing control back above 604.28. So let's see if the Qs can start to dump here. You can see the Qs, the setup here, right? We're being patient for it. Okay, that's the QQQ setup. If the Qs line up with something that you liked, if you do see profit, TP, guys. TP where you need to. It's not easy to get those TPs today. I'm looking to see if I can ride this thing to those lows. We have a new 5-minute candle coming in 2 minutes. We have, of course, a new shift coming up as well. I just need the cues to hold below pre-market low. That'd be great. Hold below there. And the next juncture here, see if the cues can continue to sell off here. Okay. If they can continue to sell off, that'd be great. New shift here. So first shift is officially in the books. With these further data cons, I can't see further strike cons. Can sit through a little bit of volatility. That's to be anticipated. Okay. SPY. First shift lows on SPY. Let me know how you guys did in first shift. Make those entries in your journal, of course. First shift took 3 trades. Stopped out on 2. So first shift to kick things off on this Monday. Red. And currently babysitting the cues here. All right. Currently babysitting the cues. So in hindsight, just being a little more patient off the open would have allowed me to catch this. I already caught a good TP there. Right. So see if the cues can continue to push. A lot of back and forth. Take a look at the cues here. All right, you can see the cues on the 15. They need to take out those lows. If they can take out those lows, that'd be great. Okay, take out these lows on the cues. That'd be great. Look at the wicks at those lows. Right, wick, wick, wick. SPY, take out those lows as well. That'd be fantastic. Okay, we're at first shift's lows. We don't want a response back to the upside. Because they can hit reverse very quickly and go the other way. First TP on the cues will be for double digits. All right, so need that double digit TP. You see the back and forth. So in this case, using further strike contracts, less size, giving a little bit of room to breathe. Okay. Okay, need the SPY to get below 684.27, continue to push. Okay, Qs are starting to go. We have a new bottom of the hour hourly candle. Go, 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 Qs. Flashed 8-9 a couple of times. 7-8-9 territory. Seven, 8, 9. We're starting to see a nice little bounce. Okay, the Qs are starting to bounce. If we get back above, if we close back above that PML, then I'll close out. Down 20%. Okay, I'll close out right there at 20. So I took the Qs to the downside, couldn't get any more room to the downside, and then closed out. SPY grabbed those first shift's lows. See if we can continue to push to the upside. If it can, they can start to open something up. A lot of back and forth on the Qs. And this back and forth is very shaky. Got shaken out there. Continues to push lower. If you're still in the Qs with those smaller size, further dated, you probably can sit through that. But this really tests your patience. This action on this Monday really tests your patience. So far, guys, stopped out on the Qs, stopped out on SPY. Just one trade to work in my favor. So I'll probably have one more trade in the tank. So I'll wait patiently for that trade, and then be done. Again, look at that, guys. He's getting a little shaken out on the Qs. Continues to push. Okay, SPY's below those lows. 2 shakeouts. Shake and bake. How are we doing so far, guys, on YouTube? Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If anyone else took the Qs, they're starting to go. 684.01, first shift green, $70. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're below first shift's lows. Continue to push. SPY, again, you can use first shift's lows to get that retrace, reject, or reclaim in pursuit of either end. Qs are starting to go now. All right, so back-to-back shakeouts. Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Like. We have 60 plus people joining us. 23 likes, 50 likes to do the giveaway. Again, Qs. Shakeout. So they're at the lows right now. So to give you some context, those contracts, they were 71. Now they are 80. So they're about maybe up 15%, possibly. But they're at the session lows. So that would have been my first target. SPY, I'm keeping a close eye on this zone here, of course, down here. Let me zoom out to the 15. That's what it looks like. And we're getting, if you're chasing those lows, guys, it's going to be tough because you get some bounces, those erratic bounces off those lows. So it's in your best interest to get those compression breakdowns. Those compression breakdowns. Ride waves, so on and so forth. So far, no signs of reversal. So we did take out lows now. So see if we're primed to go. We're still in the bigger picture, middle of the runway. Okay. Okay, we grab first shift's lows. See if we can get back above it. We'll be patient here. Qs hit target, starting to push back the upside off those lows. So now do we have enough fuel to reestablish control back above these lows? Grab those lows, continue to push. Okay, grab those lows, continue to push. If there was a key zone in this territory, that'd be great. Right? It's kind of in the middle of nowhere as well. Looking for a 5-minute hammer now. Yeah, if that 5-minute candle can start to hold as a hammer, that'd be great, Mixon. I can see that. All right, it's really struggling. We had one 5-minute hammer trap here. All right. But just struggling. Let's take a look at WMT. WMT. All right, this was gone. WMT is gone. So that's first shift's lows. So if we reject our first shift's lows and continue to push lower, that means we are starting to expand. One thing to bring to your attention is that 5-minute candle, that daily candle on SPY now, guys. That's looking like it's a shooter. Not a shooter. That is looking like potential engulfer. If we take out those highs, sneak above those highs. If you recall, okay, technically still inside. It didn't get above those highs. All right, still inside technically. All right, so we're inside, back and forth. If we break below Friday's lows, then we continue to push, and we get the full extent of that breakdown. And to give you some context, where's Friday's lows? Right here. Okay, right there. And of course, we have weekly 50% retrace. Wave riding on the one. Now Walmart, it's at the 200 EMA on the hourly. Again, no signs of buyers on the 15s. No signs of buyers on the hourly. We're starting to see some buyers step in on the Dow slightly. Some buyers tried to step in on IWM off those lows, got pushed back. Let's get that 5 minute. So even if you're looking to go short, you're gonna have to welcome those buyers in off those lows. We do have the POC and first wave on the 5 right there, waiting for us down there. How are we doing so far, guys? How are we doing so far? We'll do the end of the stream poll, of course, at 11:30. Inspire puts up 20%. Close puts up 210 for the day. You're done for the day. Beautiful job. Beautiful job, Firefly. There are some good opportunities. Only thing is, right, you have to have those good entries. Because look at the wicks. Today there's a lot of wicks. A lot of wicks. A lot of wicks. Of course, the shooter will always be waiting for us up there. Non-AMA shooter off that POC. And the waves. And you don't take the cues. Those cues were nice. Very cheap. And they're starting to move nicely. At 11:30 we'll do the giveaway, guys. At 11:30 we'll do the giveaway. So make sure to like the video. Okay, 684 hit, 682.97. If it's to the downside, 682.97. Okay, that's slightly above that 50% retrace of that weekly. So let's just zoom out just for a second here. All right, so let's go back to the trades that we did take. All right, so we took this to the upside, stopped out, and validation marker was a break back below 689.43. Recalibrated, took it to the downside here. Right, and I took it for a second attempt, poor entry, right, but it rejected off this key zone. So my performance, right, shifts dramatically depending on where my entries are. When my entries are near the key zones and off those key levels, my performance is really well. But if I'm a little far away from the key levels, right, that's when I'll get stopped out. So again, if you're having those precise entries, right, it's very important to have those entries near the key levels or key zones. All right, this entry here was kind of near the lows, right? So just waiting for that nice little bounce. Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight to make this assessment after the fact, but in real time, waiting for the textbook retest of that key zone would be the best way to go. And we continue to sell off, guys. Qs continue to fall. SPY continues to fall. Last line of defense, 682.88. If that falls, right, we unlock another runway. Okay, we'll unlock another runway. Okay, we do have this level here. We do have this level here. That's first shift's lows. First shift lows. We hit the floor. We were at the floor. We could flip. Yeah, right here we can flip. Detour, I do see that. But now that the VIX is right at that 21, if it starts to reject off that 21, can start to line something up. If we just blast past 21, we still have more room to slide to the downside. Still more room to slide to the downside. How are we doing so far, folks on YouTube? How are we doing so far? Chat is quiet today. If you took any trades so far, put 1 in the chat. No trades, put 2. If you took a trade so far between 9:30 and 10:45, 1 in the chat. No trades, still waiting. Put a 2. So the next level I do have is 682.88. 682.88. One thing we can possibly do is inverse head and shoulder out of here. If we reject off that 21 on the VIX. If we come into this territory and the VIX starts rejecting off that 21, nice little hammer. That's more than enough for me to shoot a shot there. And look at this, guys. This thing played out to a T. Game plan played out to a T. All right, grab those highs. Retrace, reject off PML. We do have this key zone right here. That's going to require some patience. Let's take this with us and translate it to here. All right. It's a big zone, but that's what you use that 15-minute candle for that territory. Now look at that, guys. You see how erratic the candles are down there? And what kind of candle was this? Does anyone else have this on their chart? We have this alien candle. Look at this. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That's a very strange. It has 2 opens and 2 closes. A mutant candle. You guys see that candle? First time I've seen that. Okay. Qs are starting to wake up. Look out for the hammer. One trade, no fun like last Friday. Struggling on entries. Again, if you can't seem to find your entry, right? Don't force it. Right? Don't continue to just to hit the buy. All right. I think it was a drawing that I put on her or something because I was able to remove it. So that's on my end. So slow grind lower, but a lot of action. All right, a lot of action to the downside. A lot of back and forth, even though we're pushing lower. So it's not just a smooth sailing operation. If we just zoom out just for a second here, we can see the 5 candles where it's evident. Right, whenever you get those 5-minute candles, although we're directionally moving lower, right? Of course, downtrend, structural break, clean move. Again, off of those lows, we're starting to buyer stepping every time. So if you have those entries off those lows, right? If your entries off of continuation breaks, right? You're getting stopped out every time. So you almost have to exist right? When it breaks a level, you almost have to exist for at the bounce and then show signs of weakness and then go. All right. Look at it. Each of these 5-minute candles, they have a wick at the very bottom, except this one here that was clean, and except, of course, the ones off the open. All right, during first shift. Okay. Keep in mind, guys, it's the first day of the week. Ease your way into the week. That's why we have protocols as far as using less size on Mondays and Fridays. Okay, let's see if we get that nice little continued push. And we're kind of just stuck in the middle here. Let me go visit Walmart real quick. Walmart not doing much fast. So all the indexes now are directional to downs. Directional. No, they're not. The IW was the ones that directional to downside. IW had that weakness earlier. IW is the one that has directional to downside. Everything else is on the verge of becoming directional. It just simply means taking out Friday's lows. So it looks like a broad market sell-off here, guys. Broad market sell-off. So 46% in the chat. End of the week, think we're going to sell off. 26% we think we're going to make a push into all-time highs. So this is weekly sentiment. And, of course, kangaroo. We got 29% kangaroo just simply means we just bounce back and forth. So we don't really go anywhere. We go somewhere only to get back to where we started. Yeah, buying time today is definitely the best way to approach it. Buying time today and using less size. Okay. Do we get another rejection off the waves? Okay. All right, moment of truth. So now we have this key level. We have a runway above us for a reclaim. We have this runway below us for a continued sell-off. It's a pivotal point. So let's see if buyers start stepping in here, start to make something out of it. If they can't, then eventually turns into a retrace reject opportunity. I want to see that 21 on the VIX as well. Look at that breakdown, guys. Look at that breakdown. So still paying attention to 682, 88. All right, I want to see how we interact with this area. Interaction with this area will be critical. VIX is still above that 21. Okay, I want to see if we can start putting something together on the 5, the 1. Some broad market buy back up would be ideal. Would be ideal. All right, we're getting a nice bounce initially. Okay. Don't want to be the first one on that initial bounce, but I want to see if that initial bounce can be sustained. All right, and we start to build a base off that initial bounce. So the biggest thing is, of course, this can set up that dead cat bounce, nice little shooter, a nice little bear flag under the wave, so we have to be aware of that. That's what most of the buyers will be waiting for. Let's see if the Qs can start doing something similar as well. Let's see if the Qs can start doing something similar. Ideally, I want the VIX to get back below 21 before going long. We do have a little more room to start selling off. We're coming into the jaws of that buy area. If you're looking for bigger picture setups, 15-minute candle in that territory would be great. Very similar to what we saw here. All right, that 15-minute candle here to the downside. All right. So let's see if we get something similar off those levels. So puts on this break into this territory. That was basically the trade of the day. VIX continues to accelerate, guys. VIX continues to accelerate. There's a legit sell-off. There's legit, so they might continue to push lower. Might continue to push lower. All right. Can we go hammer? No signs of hammer, no signs of anything. So 15-minute time frame, I want to see what kind of reaction we get into that territory. If we take out the 681.74, we are directional to the downside. We are directional to the downside. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Our goal is, of course, 3,100 subs by the end of the week. We can get there with your help. If you're enjoying the content, smash the like button, subscribe. Long-time viewers who've been tuning in for a week or more, jump into our community. Yeah, game plan was right there for the taking. Now we are below 50% retrace of the weekly. VIX is just getting shot out of a rocket. The Qs. Out of here. Qs are about to go in the money. So biggest adjustment on mine going to tomorrow is the management. Trade management was critical today. And that's the make or break. Depending on how you manage that trade, as far as entry and overall management of the trade, can lead to different results. All right, so that's something I'm going to look to improve immediately. Not going into March, going to tomorrow. Because even the Qs that played out nicely. Okay, weekly downside breaker, 682, weekly 50% retrace, 682.88. So if we can get a hammer, we got a hammer on the 5 here. Hammer on the 5. See if that can hold. Again, this move is not to reverse the whole thing. It's at least just to get a couple of points back the upside. Okay, and we got a hammer on the 1, I should say, not the 5. All right, the 5 is setting up. Okay, 5 is setting up right at that level. The 5-minute hammer is setting up right at that level. Only issue is, of course, the strength of the VIX, guys. VIX is very strong. So don't be in a rush to catch the bottom. If you're a trend trader, you're enjoying this action. Beautiful job, Lynn. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful job. For those of you facing a snowstorm, right, buckle up. Hopefully you don't get hit too hard. I heard in New York, especially in the New York area, is supposed to, it was like 15 inches of snow, 20 inches of snow, something like that. So be careful. Be careful on the roads. I don't think we're going to get any snow here. So great job on exercising patience, guys. Tremendous job. Today I wasn't as patient. And that's the reality of trading sometimes, right? Sometimes that's what happens. And you guys get to see it real time. So tomorrow will be the bounce back. The day's still not done. We still have a lot of trades, a couple of trades to take. Right? Sometimes you come into the day, you have a game plan, and your game plan, you don't follow the game plan. So now in second shift, I'm waiting for that nice opportunity. QQQ contracts, they went from 71 cents, they're up 100% to 144. Okay, so now is this legit? Is this just a fake amount of buyers? Is this buyers just trying to make a push? Or is this a legit push back up? Ideally, I want to see the VIX do something as well. Okay, so you are going to get some snow in New York? Let me just check. Yeah, the bomb cyclone blasting northeast. Wow. Okay, new 15-minute candle here. We got a new hourly candle. Top of the hour candle. If we break these lows, we continue to sell off on the hour. Let's take a look at this. Let me close this off real quick. All right, so a ton of selling here. We break these lows, we continue to sell off on the hour. IWM, again, that sold off nicely. The Qs, that was a nice sell off as well. So even the setup on the Qs, if you go back, that's something you can take advantage of as well. When you don't have this is a relative weakness type of setup, right? Everything shows weakness, but the Qs show a little less weakness than everything else. So you take that breakdown on the Qs, right? As it returns to being weak like everything else. So about 28 minutes from first shift. So if you're done, be done. We do have a full week of trading this week. NVIDIA earnings later this week. I'll make the last night's video available. I know it's I need to give permission for the video. I'll just download it and then post it on YouTube so you guys have it. So moving forward, we'll shoot for at least once a week to get together, do a Q&A, go over some charts, go over some things on Sunday night. We haven't done that in a while, so we'll look to return back to that every Sunday night, usually between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Okay, wow. Anyone else take this last leg to the downside? That was nice. Okay, now we're officially directional on the daily. The daily expected move is 681.08. So we're below Friday's lows. We are below Friday's lows, just like that. Just straight selling on the 15, straight selling on the hourly. If we continue to sell off, guys, we'll have prior week's weekly open, of course. This is off the charts. That's the all weekly open. And then we have monthly downside break. We have room to sell off. We have room to sell off. If you're still in those puts, Sancho, tremendous job. He called it on Friday. One of our team members. What a sell-off here. And this is huge. This is This is from 681.74 to 681. That's 74 cents. And look at the VIX. Look at the VIX. Absolutely, Dan. Take it easy. If you're done, be done. 682.23 hit. That was beautiful. That's that expected move here. So see if we come back inbounds of the expected move. And now the VIX is looking to get to 22, guys. So you can see by the time, if you're looking for those bounces, if you're looking for those reversals, what we got here, VIX was still strong. VIX was still strong. 110% SPY puts. Beautiful job. I'm assuming that's that breakdown in this territory. This can give you probably 110. And that's 682 territory. Or if you took that first shift retrace reject, that was nice. Yeah, this one right here. And now we are slicing and dicing to this major support territory, right? So buyer stepped in, stepped in, stepped in. So if we can flip this, right, once we start to close below 682, 681.24, right, we unlock this runway here, guys. We unlock this runway here. This was the trap of a lifetime, okay? Or might be the trap of the week. All right, so that's still up for grabs. We have not flipped the zone yet. Still up for grabs. So some areas for dead cat bounce rejections. This is shallow. This is relatively healthy. That hourly candle continues to drop. 4 hours directional. What a sell-off to kick things off. What a sell-off to kick things off. Let's take a look at NVIDIA real quick. NVIDIA did see a nice pump off the open. Starting to give back some of those gains. It is trading below last week's highs. So look at the VIX. VIX is out of here. VIX is out of here. So everything is below Friday's lows. Friday's lows on SPY. Friday's lows on the Qs right there on the Verge. Friday's lows on the Dow. And Friday's lows on IWM is all the way up here. So IWM was the first one to break. And then from there, the Dow and SPY followed, and see if the Qs can follow as well now. For the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, close to 30 minutes, guys, we're selling off aggressively after rejecting off of first shift lows. VIX going north. Look at that, guys. SPY just continues. SPY just continues. Excuse Excuse me. This is but basically the previous week open, not this week's open. We do have a nice room to drop here. Don't have a lot of friction. All right, don't have a lot of major friction down there. Outside of psychological levels, of course, we have 680 down here. Can we at least get a 5-minute dead cat bounce? Okay. See if that can influence the 5. That's that first sign of a push on the 5. See if you can gravitate back towards 681.74. VIX is showing some signs of weakness off that 22 initially. So some signs of buyers on the 1. See if that can shift the 5 at least. That 15 is a major one, right? So we want it to go from the 1, shift to 5, shift to 15. So if this 15-minute candle can start going hammer, there can be something there. The high risk 5-minute reversal. If we can hold above 681.40, 681.39 is basically right here. See if we can stay above it by the time that 5-minute candle is halfway through its life. See if we can get a close above 681.39. Okay, first thing the bulls need to do is get above there. Get it close above there. All right. And if we can get it close above there, try to shift this 15-minute candle into a hammer. Those things can unfold. The selling continues. We have that same territory there, detour. See if you get that bounce. Again, don't be in a rush to jump in the calls or wait for some sort of signs of life with multiple areas of confluence, because a lot of those people jumping in the calls, they're just dead cat bounces. Right? They haven't even shifted the 5 yet. If you're using the 1, you can maybe squeeze single digit, but you're fighting the uphill battle. Right, at least let the sell-off die down across the board. If I am looking to take a rejection, come back all the way up here. So be careful at these very lows, because the VIX is rejecting out that 22. Basically, the recipe today is dead cat bounces. Daily gold hit. Thanks, George. Absolutely, Fido. Love to reload. Again, if you guys are done, if you got a nice move to the downside, you hit your daily goal, right? Don't let this lure you in back into a trade. I still haven't taken a trade in second shift. Last trade was the Qs. Got shaken out, but ended up going 100+%. And we're seeing the Dow sell off as well. Everything's selling off, synchronized selling across the board. Riding 9 on the 5 was the trade today, 100%. Just using those waves. The 5, even if you ride them on the 1, right? On the 1, they were nice as well. In conjunction with those key levels. So this was the last week's weekly open. Outside of that, we do have a free fall. Like, we don't have a lot of course, we have this pivot over here. Outside of that, there's not a lot of activity. Not a lot of significant key levels down there. So if it is going to drop, unless buyers just stepping off those psychological levels, right, it can continue to drop. The Dow, down goes the Dow. Down goes the Dow. So the most significant high in this microstructure is this high here. Okay, so let's zoom back just for a second here. All right, so we broke below first shift lows. Our initial interaction was we come into it, retrace, reject, we dump. So now we're going to get second shift lows coming up wherever we do end with second shift lows in the next 15 minutes. Okay, so wherever those lows are going to be, that's going to also tell us, are we going to continue to sell or are we going to get some sort of relief pop back the upside? I missed a huge dump because I had to take It's hilarious. So the chat was right. 47%. Earlier was about 49% of the chat said that we're going to dump this week. This is the first day of the week. Game plan this morning was grab those highs, dump, retrace, reject off PML. And this thing is dumping. Look at this, guys. Now you get an extent of this dump. Just to give you some context. So no 50-50. Nothing so far. Just a sell. Pure sell. If we're going to do a measure from top to bottom measure, we're down about close to 10 points. Okay, that's significant. Okay, but $10 sell off those highs of the day. So we see a couple of these, right? We see them once in a while every month. We've seen it a couple of times in February. So these are the most significant highs. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. Yeah, a lot of selling pressure here. Yeah, the Q's trade that I was in, that was a fumble at the goal line. Goal line fumble. Once in a while, I fumble at the goal line. What a great morning. You know I made money. Absolutely native gamer. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes will do the giveaway. We got 74 people joining us. If you're just jumping in for the first time, we are seeing SPY sell off about $10 off those highs. Significant sell off across all the indexes. See buyers start stepping in towards basically 1120 to 1130. Okay, we're starting to get a nice little push. If we get above 681.39, that is that engulfer. Okay, market structure. To shift the structure, it's up here. Okay, we are beyond the expected move for the day. All right, the expected move for the day, I send that to you guys every day. It's 89.76. So you can see we got right there, and now we're at the expected move to the day here as well. So see if we can stay above 681.08. Nice engulfer on the 5. That 5-minute engulfing candle needs to hold that body. We don't want that thing to wick and turn to a doji. Okay, see if you can hold clean body close above these highs. Clean body close above those highs. And the first layer of the first hurdle is right here. 681.74. All right, if that engulfing candle can hold, I look at the 685s. right? See if we can hold that for a little bit. Okay, it has about 21 seconds left. All right. Okay, now it's starting to go. See if you can pull back slightly into 681.41. If it gets above 681, 681.74 with and accelerates, that turns into a reclaim. So it needs to clear this. That's that first hurdle. Now we already reversed. We're continuing. Okay. That's the 5-minute reversal. See if you can pull back in right there. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, in the calls. See if I can hold this for a little bit. Further out strike. Treat this kind of like a lotto, similar to the Qs. All right, so see if we can be there for that possible early sign of reversal. The best entry is 681.39, right? But what I want to see if I can get above that 681.74. We're still not out of the woodworks, but what I do like is the fact that the VIX is rejected at that 22. That gives me confidence to where, hey, you know what? We can possibly see 682.80s if we continue to push. And we do have the 9 EMA coming up on the 5, right? So the EMA traders, right? That dead cat bounce on the 5 is our first one. So if you did take this above 681.39, manage accordingly. So I want us to stay above that daily downside breaker, prior day lows. Stay above that. See if you can start to cook. And we do have an obstacle coming up. So if you took this with regular size, okay, if you took this with regular size, again, TP where you need to. If you took it with at the money and the money contracts. If you didn't, just continue to watch. See how the trade plays out vicariously through me. We are coming into a third shift, I should say. So first obstacle coming up. Take a look at the 15s real quick. Okay, the 15s, you can see 15s are starting to bounce. We need to hold above those lows, okay? Hold above those lows. Qs bounce off those lows. See if the IW can reclaim that hourly level. We're starting to reject off that 9 EMA. Okay, now as we're rejecting off that 9 EMA, we need to hold. We need to hold this area. Hold. Hold. If it starts to collapse back below 681.08, beyond the expected move, gets into these lows, then I'll be out of there. All right, until then, we'll let this do its thing. We do have some obstacles. Whenever you're trying to get to reversal, you have to understand you are going to have those EMAs above you. You're going to have those levels you need to get past. So those are some great TP areas. So this area is a good TP. You can see on the 5. Okay. See if we can absorb that. I was looking for 679, but got out at 680. Okay, good. Gonna head out. Can mention the boot camp or post some. Yep, I'm gonna mention the boot camp here shortly, guys. That's gonna be coming up as well. I will discuss that just shortly at 11:30. All right, we'll go over how to join the community, how to sign up for the boot camp. I will have the early special available for the boot camp. So few spots if you use a certain code. So just tune in until 8:30, not 8:30, 11:30 Eastern, or in the next 5 minutes. Okay. Targeting 682.88. Again, the 9 EMAs right there, that's a great TP. This is basically kind of like a lotto from my standpoint. So I needed to hit that target there. Okay, see if they continue to push. The nature of further strike contracts, right? The percentage are going to be bigger. When the underlying starts to move aggressively, then it starts to go in your favor. See if they can start piling here, right here. Look at that level 2. Look at the time and sale. Who sees the time and sale? You guys see the time and sale right there? Look at it. Look. Keep a close eye. Keep a close eye on that time and sale. We're speeding up there. We're still not fully in the clear, all right? So we're still not fully in the clear. Still, I don't want to see a shooter reversal back to downside on the 5 here. All right, that's when that'll be a sign of that 9 EMA rejection. That hourly starting to go shooter, hammer, I should say. Look at that 15-minute candle on that buy zone. Okay, I want that 15-minute candle for the next 3 minutes. I want that 15-minute candle to go engulfing. If you can do that, we're rocking and rolling. We're in business. Again, TP where you need to. If you did take this, guys, it's already up 7-8. This is a lot from my standpoint. Okay, up 13. I want this 15-minute candle to go bright green in the next 2 minutes. Don't want it to give back any of those gains. What is still looming? A potential dead cat bounce. So we got to keep a close eye. If you're in those calls, keep a close eye on that 9 EMA. On that 9 EMA, keep a close eye on it there. Okay. Just manage accordingly, guys. If you did take this, already flashed 13%. All right. VIX is starting to go to 21. So again, we need the VIX to slice and dice through 21. So I don't want to see a shooter right here. I don't want to see a shooter candle. That hourly, yep, thesis, you're right. The hourly is looking nice, right? Nice hammer on the hour, but it still has 30 minutes left. So right now, what's in full view currently is this 15-minute candle. This 15-minute candle, nice engulfing candle on the 15. Okay. You can see that bright green candle on the 15. What was the game plan? The first part of the game plan didn't follow to a T, provide the opportunity. Second part of the game plan is let us sell off into here and see if you get that nice push to the upside. All right. Okay, up 16. Okay, that's gonna be my first target, and then if it gets there, I'll just hold the remaining runners. Okay, take some off right there. And then I'll just leave one runner and see where it goes. All right. So target one hit already. Okay, that's a great time to TP if you need to, guys. All right, 20%. If we get above this, guess what? We start to unlock this new runway. All right, but that can give us a little bit of contention because this is an area where we did break down and the VIX is at that 21. We don't want that 21 on the, we don't want to see a bounce on 21, all right, and a rejection here. 15-minute candle looks good. For the next 8 seconds, 6 seconds, we need the next 15-minute candle to go candle over candle. If it can really start to speed up. Okay, we need it to break right away. If it can't break right away, we can see some pushback. Okay. Now I want this 9 EMA on the 5. I want us to stay above that 9 EMA on the 5. If we can break above these highs on the 15, that means we are officially pushing to the upside. Okay. So again, nice trade there. Anyone still holding runners? Up 28. Go, go, go. We need to get past that point, guys. Target 1 already hit. We're starting to slow down slightly here. We need that push. Now the VIX is at 21. We need to slice and dice through 21. We don't want to wick back above 21. We need to slice and dice through 21, continue to sell off. Okay. You can see the VIX, nice sell off at that juncture. You can see the 15s here. Okay, everything going to the other side. Continue to go, 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 go. There we go. If we can't get above it, I'll probably have to close out there. And that's the infamous indicator, the SAT close. Okay, 5 minute, we're seeing some pushback on the Qs. See if we can combat that. Let's take a look at what the 1 is looking like. Okay, the 1 is starting to wave. Okay, that's encouraging. So let's see if we can use the 1 waves to stay in the position. The 5 waves are still bearish. See if we can use the 1 waves to stay. We did flash 28. Just on babysitting duty here. Did already TP at 20. We're starting to run out. We're starting to run out of fuel here. We're starting to wick on the VIX here. Okay, I'll close it out right there. All right. If it drops one more time, I can look for it. If it gets close to 50-50, there can be something there. I want it to get beyond this level here. So nice little bounce off those lows. If you caught that, put a $sign in the chat. All right, that back and forth, especially for further strike contracts, really starts eating at that premium, right? Because it's further out. Right, so this delay here, all right, starts to eat that premium. Right, if we can't get above it, as the VIX starts to wick, we can start pushing back to the downside. Indeed, 50-50. Good, good, good. Beautiful job, guys, if you caught that. That 15 minutes still looks healthy, all right? 15-minute looks healthy, depending on your entry. So if your entry is all the way up here, it does not look healthy, right? If your entry's prior to the 15-minute candle emerging, then you're comfortable. Okay, so if we do get a rejection off of this, push back the downside. That was the runway. My primary pursuit was this runway here. Okay, from here to here. All right. Can we get an early entry up here? Down here, yes, but we need to confirm at least on the 5 to see if we can get an engulfer. Because now if we go shooter, PayPal is out of here. If we go shooter, we're going to go over the our call to action here shortly, guys. If we go shooter, I know I said 11:30. PayPal, what kind of chart is that, guys? Intraday gap on PayPal. Did PayPal get some news? Look at PayPal. This looks like look at that 11:32 push. It looks like a small cap meme stock type of. Look at this volume imbalance. Okay. If we can break below these lows, those puts do look appealing. With that nice dead cat bounce. All right, break below 682.50. All right, what I don't like is the fact that it's slow. The slowdown. That's what I'm not a big fan of. Okay. Okay, that'll be the last trade of the day. Today, some great trades. Not the best trading, not the best execution on my side. Could have done a better job getting those better entries. Being a little patient off the open. The ones that get stopped out on are fine, but the management, the trade management is what's very important to me. All right, the QQQ again. That's I'll chalk that up to a fumble at the goal line, because that was a 100% plus trade. All right, so again, going to tomorrow, we'll look to bounce back. This did give me a little bit, but not enough to shift my day. Still right on the day. And tomorrow we'll bounce back. Nothing changes. All right, but from a sentiment standpoint, the game plan was on point. Everything was on point. It's just the follow through of that game plan. Okay, so this morning with our team, we discussed some of the likely outcomes, and one of them, of course, was that grab of that PMH, slide back to the downside, and that played out to a T. And the second one, of course, was that bounce off this territory. And the one thing was to pay attention to the pre-market low here. If we get that reclaim or retrace reject. So I was in position here for that breakdown. Did manage to capitalize off of that. And I didn't like this re-engagement, right? This re-engagement was out of character. The reason why I say that is because it doesn't align with my entry model, all right? But looking back in hindsight, the idea itself, right from the idea standpoint, but wrong from the execution standpoint. Last trade, of course, the QQQs between first and second, so we took that. Got stopped out there, all right? Poor management there. And here, the last one, nice push to the upside. We're able to catch. Okay, so we'll look to come tomorrow, maybe a little more dialed in, a little more focused off the open. Okay, and take advantage of the best opportunities. Now, the main thing I got to pay attention to now is the 50-50. 50-50 setup is right there. Okay, so if it starts chopping around, guys, we haven't seen first and second shift give us clean moves in a long time. So this was clean. So now these two shifts, guys, in relation to what we saw the past week and some change, of course, the action for each candle was not as clean. It was highly contested. But the overall move, right, there wasn't a lot of back and forth, was relatively clean. So we haven't seen clean movement like this in a while. If that 682.50 if we continue to hold below it, this sets up that 5-minute dead cat bounce back to downside. If we zoom out to the 15s, okay, PayPal, something's going on there, right? We're not quite at that VWAP, but this 15-minute candle is going to be interesting to see how that plays out, right? To see if that was just a dead cat bounce, slide back to downside. And we have a major level here. So again, this level can feed us into that rejection back to downside. So again, pay attention to that territory. If you're done, be done. We'll do the end of stream poll, of course. For those of you joining us for the first time, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up to 50. We'll extend the stream to 12 o'clock. After that, we'll look to wrap up. If you have any questions, let me know. And as far as the boot camp was concerned, so the boot camp, I tried to keep the boot camp small classroom environment so we get a chance to open up the floor for everyone. We can't possibly have 100, 200 people in there. So it's usually between anywhere from 10 to 15 people, 20 people in our boot camp. So again, that boot camp, I am going to tell you how to join the boot camp. If you are interested, let's cover that right now and how to join the community as well. Before we do that, okay, just keep a close eye on that 682.50. As far as bootcamp is concerned, the bootcamp is now live. This is the Getting Started Day Trading Bootcamp. Okay, that's Getting Started Day Trading Bootcamp. This bootcamp goes over all the things you need: the foundations of day trading, risk management, position sizing, how to read price action, technicals, a live market breakdown, is beginner-friendly frameworks you can use. What do you learn? What is day trading? Market fundamentals, platforms, tools, resources, market structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators. And I share 3 A+ setups for high probability trades, understanding calls, puts, Greeks, navigating options chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing trading routines, step-by-step trade execution, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, roadmap to consistency, and so much more. Is all jammed in this bootcamp. It's not pre-recorded. It's live. It's going to take us anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to go through all of this material. There's going to be live Q&A in there as well. There's going to be a breakout session as well where you get a break. You can ask questions. So this bootcamp is going to be live this Saturday. All right, this Saturday. It's available at 10 a.m. Eastern. You also get access to, of course, the slides for the bootcamp. I share my slides for the bootcamp. There's 2 sets of slides. There's a technical analysis reference guide slides, the PDF, and there's the PDF for the option slides as well. And on top of that, you get access to my ebook. And on top of that, you get access to the Shockwave 15 course. So a ton of things available for you in this bootcamp. This is great for people starting off. This is great for people who've been trading for some time, who have a couple of holes in their game and they're looking to fill those holes. And I can't wait to get this bootcamp kicked off this Saturday at 10 a.m. It's not pre-recorded. It is live. Okay, this Saturday. So if you want to sign up for the first 5 spots, okay, use the code EARLY. Use the code EARLY, 20% off. Use the code EARLY for everyone else, $99. All right, so it's an absolute steal. Basically 6 hours of your time, 5 hours of my time. All right, we go over all this material, so it's tremendously undervalued. All right, so again, we do this. This will probably be the last bootcamp for the Getting Started series. For the ones who are in the yearly promo, you have access to this. Any alumni, the ones who did purchase bootcamp tickets before, you can sit in this one as well. All right, so again, make sure to sign up for the bootcamp. If you're interested in joining our community, right, go to the community tab. There's all available at smartactiontrade.com. So let me drop the link here. All right. Okay, so if you're interested in that, the link is in the chat. Use the code EARLY. Okay, so we'd like to keep this small classroom setting so we can really go over everyone's questions. If you're interested in joining our community, everything's available at smartactiontrade.com. If you're interested in joining our community, of course, Spy Strikers, you have access to everything. Use the code TRIAL30. A couple of spots left. So speaking of the bootcamp, right, for the ones who are in the yearly bundle, the bootcamp ticket comes, the access to the community comes with the bootcamp ticket, right? It comes with the bootcamp ticket, and of course, it comes with the courses. It comes with the coaching call as well. So this is the best bang for your buck. Best bang for your buck there, okay? So that's the bootcamp. For the ones who are looking to sign up, alumni who are looking to sign up once again, right? They want to sit in this. Each bootcamp, we're generally covering the same kind of material. We're coming at different angles. I add a couple of things into it as well to improve it. If you want to sit into this one as well, just send me a DM. Send me a DM in the Discord, and I'll send you the link there. Elian, I already have you. You were the winner last time. So I'll definitely make sure to send you an email for this bootcamp. So 10 a.m. this Saturday. All right? The bootcamp is available. Take advantage. All this is available at smartactiontrade.com. Okay? smartactiontrade.com. So any questions? Let me know. Okay, beautiful job. You caught that last idea. Boomer, tremendous job. So our team has been doing phenomenal, guys. Our team, the game plan this morning was straightforward. This morning, again, February 23rd, sent out key levels, barrier zones, where are we opening up? Basically, I was saying, hey, we're coming to this box, we grab those highs, we can see a nice little dump. All right, and we reemphasized that, of course, in the pre-market prep stream. descent, and let's see how everyone else did. All right, so nice breakdown there, 50-50. View up, nice. 110% SPY puts. So this candle here was just a drawing that I put on the charts. That's invalid, right? Okay, who else? 2% on the portfolio, not 2% on the trade, 2% on the portfolio. We got 78%. 78%. We got orb traders, 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb. We have channel traders. We have EMH. We have all sorts of traders on our team. 17%. Walmart. Beautiful job, Carlos. Walmart, slip my fingers. 55% two runners. Beautiful job, Thesis. If I didn't get a chance to shout you out earlier. Netflix, beautiful. Detour providing all the levels, and all those levels hit. Okay. That's pretty much it. All right, so majority of the heavy lifting is done. And now we're starting to get sticky here. So very, very sticky here. So the longer we stay under this yellow box, particularly the 682.88 key level, and the longer we stay above that 21, this thing probably wants to turn into that dead cat bounce. Okay, dead cat bounce. Okay, came right to that 50-50 of second shifts level. Okay, you can use the 50-50 every shift. You can use the 50-50 for the entire move. So if you take a look at this entire push, right, the 50-50 will be all the way up here near that, just slightly below that PML. All right, so those puts, if you took them above below 682.50, they're starting to work out nicely. Just taking some time to play out. So in this case, it'll be your first target. Your first target, again, as soon as you start seeing double digits, it's good to start locking some in. But on the chart, the first target is at 681.74. If it gets below that, continues to sell off, you want to see if you can get that 681.68 and eventually 681.39. Okay, last Friday's giveaway was for the course. We will do a giveaway today as well. At 12 o'clock. Okay, we will do a giveaway today as well. Let's get 50 likes, and we will do a course giveaway. If we can get 60 likes before 12 o'clock, we'll do one boot camp giveaway. I usually don't give out the boot camps, but we'll do one boot camp giveaway, 60 likes. 50, we'll do the course giveaway. All right, so it's on you guys to take advantage. The last trade did work in our favor nicely, double-digit gain. Before that, took the Q, stopped out on the Qs. We did see some green on the Qs, but was looking for a larger move there. Let's put the end of stream poll here. So I'll be done for the day. We'll leave that available for 4 hours. When you're done trading, fill out the poll, guys. Fill out the poll. Thanks for the shout out. I'm done for the day. One bad trade this morning, bad management. Second trade helped. Important to stay. Your stop outs, absolutely. Got to get more discipline early. I think I'm going to get a small contract my first trade and gradually increase contracts. That's also a good thing to do as well. Right, shake off the rust with a feeler. Throw a feeler out there. And that's basically what the Mondays are for, right? To get the feel. To get the feel for the action. Okay, 50 likes is the goal. We had over 300 people stop by so far. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Our goal by the end of the week is 3,100 subs. Now we're basically contained between this range, right? So between this range, so if you took the puts here, target that down there, target hit. Only issue is we're just back and forth in this territory. All right. And the VIX is now hugging that 21. So we can see a little bit of slowdown in third shift in the action. The best setup for third shift would be if we get that complete drop and grab these lows. Okay. We get that drop, we grab those lows. That'd be great. If you're looking towards the call side, that'd be great. Of course, price action confirmation or reclaim with these highs up here. Right, reclaim with these highs up here, continue push, or grab these lows. Anything in between, I'll lean towards this thing seeking these lows or potential rejecting out of that area. 100% thesis, 100%. All right, 15, again, you can see the 15 rejecting. Gradually working. We need to get below that. If you're short, you need to get below that daily downside breaker. So now the question is, do the bulls have any kind of response? Are the bulls going to respond in any way? Or are they just the bears put up too big of a lead? And the thing is, if we know, in this market, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It just takes stringing together a couple of shifts. All right, so first shift to second shift, complete domination. Okay, complete domination by the bears. Complete domination. Nice little compression here. Nice little compression there. If you're done, guys, answer the poll question. Again, it's completely voluntary, but it gives us a good feel on how community is doing so far. Most of you did tremendous, right? Most of you did tremendous. It was just, looks like I'm probably the only one who's red. Okay. I'm probably the only one who's red. $75% of the chat green. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, State of the Union tonight. That's 100%. Anyone going Lotto, State of the Union? Still have room for one more trade. Have a blessed day, everyone. Focusing on my emotion, strategy, and discipline. I need to respect my small account 100%. I've been saying that we're going to do a small account challenge one of these months. Maybe let's close out the quarter first. I want to build up a little bit of a cushion. And then probably do a small account mid-March, somewhere like that, for 2 weeks or so. Or maybe the whole month, depending on how it goes. Or maybe I'll have 2 accounts. And then we'll just have one account that's specifically for first shift to take advantage of small account, and then I'll use my regular account for the rest of the day. All right, so still trying to figure out a way, but I definitely want to take on that challenge. There are a lot of people that do have the small accounts. And the small account is a great starting point. Okay, so don't discount your small account and think that the biggest danger to a beginner trader or a trader has not proven to themselves yet is a large account. The biggest danger, the last thing a beginner trader needs is a large account. That's a ticking time bomb. Right? You can do a lot of damage with a small account. You can learn a lot with a small account as well. At the same time, get compensated for your learning. But there are barriers and frustrations that come with small accounts. Say if you're trading one contract, right? You really have to be disciplined on your TP. There is no leave a runner. There's just one. There is no let me scale out of my position. There's just one. So you actually get really good by practicing with that one contract. Or maybe instead of a small account, we can do a one contract challenge. All right, I think that'd be more beneficial than a small account. We'll see. We'll see what works. We'll see what works best. I'm done listening to, but I'll be back and forth. Not much chat for me. We'll definitely small challenge, weeklies, monthlies, or something like that. Yeah, 100%. 684.52 to the upside. Only issue is with the small accounts, they turn into basically, they turn into gamble accounts, right? Is you put the pressure on a small account to try to grow it overnight. Very similar to prop trading. So we'll see how we move with that. We'll see what we do there. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. We'll do the giveaway here at 12 o'clock. 50 likes is the threshold. 50 likes is the threshold. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers. Join our community. Join our team. Who's done? Who's done for the day? If you're done, put done in the chat. If you are done, put done in the chat. So 50 likes is the threshold for the giveaway, guys. Let's get the 50 likes. We've been doing a tremendous job with the likes recently. Okay, we're about 5 likes away. 5 likes away. If we can get 60, I'll do the giveaway. It's between here. So it's up to you what giveaway you want me to do. If you don't win the giveaway, invest in yourself. Make the purchase. So it's between the getting started, all right, self-pace, or the live bootcamp. All right. So for my strikers who do want to be part of the giveaway, okay, you'll be available. You'll be winning this. So again, if you want to be eligible for that, again, you can also hit the like button on YouTube. And then if you win, you get this instead of the course, because the course already is included in the Discord. Okay, it's included in the plan. So put your names in the chat. Looks like we're going to hit that 50 mark here shortly. Okay. See if we can break below 681.74. I'm going to take a quick coffee refill break, and I'll be back on the other side. In the meantime, let's see if we can listen to our friends at CNBC. Let's see what they got to say. Oh, that's a little too big. All right. So we'll take a listen to our friends at CNBC. I'm going to take a momentary break. On the other side of the momentary break, okay, we're going to do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway. 50 likes. Getting started day trading course, 60 likes, we'll do the boot camp. All right. So put your names in the chat. I'll add all those names on the giveaway wheel. In the meantime, let's take a listen here.
Huge buy when it was $6 a share and is now trading at a record. So there are potential winners here for those that figure it out.
Here's what I would ask, though. Is the New York Times still a newspaper company? Like, absolutely not, right? It made sure that it wasn't the thing that was being disrupted. It became sort of the disruption, right? Has all this other revenue from gaming and recipes and all these other, revenue streams. And that's what, for example, like Figma is doing, right? I spoke to Dylan Field last week, and he said he did a partnership with Claude Code, right? He's kind of like welcoming the wolves into the den, but investors like that. And, Figma is going to be disrupted in some way, but it's also sort of on the disrupting side by partnering with an Anthropic and Claude Code that is behind everything.
It's the companies that can figure out how to do that in the software space that'll look like great buys right now. But in the meantime, it's just a sell.
Yeah. By the way, a 1 year of an IGV has a lot of technicians talking today about sort of a flag pattern that established over the last couple of weeks, which is clearly getting broken today with the price action that we're talking about.
Yeah. Ugly looking charts all around. Deirdre, we'll see what the earnings show us. Deirdre Bosa. Meantime, it's not just the software stocks, it's the financial stocks today.
Worst day since April.
Yeah, I mean, Amex, you keep pointing out, which is getting hammered right now. I mean, David mentioned earlier maybe some concerns around the white-collar jobs and the spending. You are seeing sort of negative reaction across some of the luxury, some of the travel-related stocks like a Wynn or a Booking Holdings and Expedia, Ralph Lauren, which is one of the most luxury stocks of the consumer discretionary stocks, taking it the hardest.
Yeah, and then the 10-year, 3 bips from a 3 handle. That could get interesting as we go.
Buying for all those concerns. While gold goes up about the U.S. dollar, there's plenty of demand right now for treasuries.
Let's get to the judge at Post 9.
Carl, thank you very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the sharp decline in stocks today as a critical week gets underway. Yes, we have NVIDIA earnings looming, a lot more as well to discuss and debate with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Jim Leventhal, Joe Terranova, Brent Talkington, and Jason Snipe. Let's show you what the markets are doing. We're down more than 700 on the Dow, at least 1% declines across the board. We know the two most important stories of the week, the continued fallout from the SCOTUS ruling on the tariffs, the NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. The president continues to attack the ruling. He continues to attack the court itself. He continues to threaten even higher tariffs. And there still remains a lot of uncertainty over that. However, if you look at financials, if you look at some of the private equity names, if you look at discretionary, which is down a bunch today, anything that saw any level of relief last week is back down today, Jimmy.
Yeah, and you started with the tariffs, Scott, and as we talked about on Friday, this is going to increase uncertainty in the short run, but in the long run, it should actually reduce uncertainty. There does appear to be a cap with these new tariffs of 15%, above which the president can't go. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions over the weekend. Are various countries going to adhere to their deals? That uncertainty will linger, but I think what we're seeing today, Scott, is some of the other issues that were pretty big last week. Continuing concerns about private credit. I think that's what's hanging on to the financials in particular. Let's not forget the State of the Union address tomorrow, and there's a lot that's going to come up in that, not just lambasting the Supreme Court, but the president's going to lay out what his plan is, should lay out what his plan is with Iran, and I think that's hovering over the market as well. So, just those two things alone, concerns about private credit and potentially attacking Iran, those would take top billing if it weren't for the uncertainty increase in the tariffs. Put it all together, there's a lot of uncertainty, Scott.
Yeah, we'll get to some private credit-related things as the show develops today, but all those names are down, and down a lot.
Yeah.
The private equity related names, we're talking 7-8% declines. The major banks like Citi's down 5%, Goldman, JPM are down. Bryn, so it leads me to you on this notion that things that got relief on Friday, and I use it in quotes because it was obviously short-lived for many of these stocks, didn't react the way that you thought they might on this tariff ruling. I think of Nike and I think of On Holding, which you sold both. You sold them, which is interesting to me in that you bought them because you assumed that SCOTUS would rule the way it did, but the stocks didn't react the way you anticipated they might. So now you're out. Tell me more.
Welcome to investing, right? And so, I mean, both great companies, right? Obviously, Nike's in a turnaround. On is just crushing it. And so I just felt that on both of these earnings calls, Scott, they consistently talk about tariff headwinds. And so I thought when the SCOTUS ruling would come out, that would kind of settle that. But obviously, the Supreme Court didn't even talk about the refunds. You know, we were all witnessing live, President Trump's reaction. And so I felt like the thesis around my trade did not play out. And so I just, sold it and moved on. And so I think it's important that when you have a thesis that doesn't work out, I like to move on and just let's play another day and another type of investment. But to me, it just has a downward pressure on these two names because I think tariffs are going nowhere fast, clearly with what Trump came out with afterwards.
Yeah. So Jason Snipe, what about you? A lot of assumptions that I think were being made on Friday maybe evaporated over the weekend. And if you pay attention to what the president's posting on social media this morning, whether you believe it's going to happen in the degree that he suggests it might or not, it does lead to an uncertain stock market that looks pretty red.
There's no doubt about it, Scott. And I think, my initial response obviously was 10% announcement on what those tariffs would be. And then.
Okay, back. Not much movement here. Continue to chop in this territory. Nice clean moves both in first and second shift to the downside. Now third shift to kick things off. We're basically trading in the jaws of second shift's range. Bottom end of second shift's range. Slightly below the 50-50. One thing with the VIX, of course, the VIX did spike, trading above that 21. So for us to make a significant rally, at least back into PMH, the VIX is probably going to have to get below 21. Right, below 21. That's going to open up the window. We do have this nice potential downward compression playing out in the middle. We'll see what does take place there. But, of course, the area where we have the most amount of liquidity for us to start to push back the upside is in this territory here. If we can come grab these lows, show signs of life, that would be nice. Last trade that we did take here, nice double-digit push. And that's been pretty much the story this day, right? Dump for the first 2 hours, and the last about 45 minutes or so, we did see buyers step in here aggressively. All right, so as long as we stay within the body of this buy block, right? It's hard for me to go short in the body of this buy block, right? Hard for me to go short in that territory, right? So again, unless we come grab these lows. So what are we thinking from here, guys? What are we thinking? Do we start going into the second half of the day? Do we start pushing back towards the VWAP, pushing back towards some of those key levels from earlier? Or do we continue to sell off, get back below 680.39, and the sell-off continues into the 670s? So put in the chat. Scenario 1. Okay, we reverse back the upside, start working towards VWAP, and maybe start gravitating back towards some of the opening prices, right? Yearly open, so on and so forth. Or do we start breaking back the downside? This turns out to be a dead cat bounce and pushing back below 680 and start getting to the 670 territory. So you can see the EMAs are still holding up. We do have the POC at 682.65. Let's see how many likes we got here, and then we'll do the giveaway. 60 likes, we'll do the boot camp giveaway. 50 likes, we'll do the course giveaway. Let me pull up the stream real quick. Okay, we're at 50. Let me refresh and see. We are at 52. So we'll do the course giveaway. We have 65 people joining us. Make sure to like the video. 60 likes. We'll do the boot camp. If we take a look at some individual names, let's see the Qs. All right, WM falling off a cliff. The MAG selling off. GLD, gold continues to push. IBIT falling off a cliff. SoFi broke below those lows. SoFi, as the market dumped, SoFi dumped as well. MU is actually interesting. This intraday perspective, MU did trap above those highs. Robinhood continues to drop. Disney, PLTR. Where's AAPL? Okay, AAPL is on watch yesterday as well, if you guys recall. Break on AAPL. Nice break and retest, and WMT. WMT broke nicely. Okay, now WMT is headed back towards that VWAP, headed back towards that 200 EMA. On the hourly, starting to struggle. So WMT came to a critical level, went hammer, break of that hammer, continue push. So WMT might be worth taking a look at end of day to see what does take place there. So we probably can just continue to chop in this territory for the next 20 minutes. The next 20 minutes we can continue to chop. How are we doing so far on YouTube, guys? How are we doing so far? Okay, we got some names in the chat. All right, so let's fill out the names. Okay, the names. All right, so put your names in the chat for the giveaway. SPY continues to gradually sell off ever since breaking that 82.50. Waves are still waving to the downside. Okay, some names. We got Grace. Again, if you're in the community, if you're in the Discord, if you're on the Google Meets, if you're a member already, if you put your name in the chat, you win the boot camp. All right, you already have access to the course. We got Bella. We got Anna. We got Gary. We got Rakesh. We got Mario. We got Gabriel. In 678 calls for tomorrow. You're liking to back the upside, some lottos, Sanjay? It's possible. Okay, so continue to put your names. I'll give you until 12:30. Continue to put your names in the chat. So it looks like, look at that, guys. 89% of the team is green. The only red member of the team is me. That's it. Okay. Everyone else is green. That goes to show you, right? We don't have incapable traders who are just thirsty for signals. All right. They know how to trade. They look for the ideas. They take everything. They take advantage of all the resources along with the things they're doing already and make those trading decisions. So tremendous job on everyone navigating those conditions. If you did end up getting stopped out, if you did end up getting shaked out, all right, don't over leverage, continue to push. All right, the way you manage that risk, the way you manage that loss is going to be critical. You don't need to recover the same day right away. Sometimes you do more harm than good. Maddie. Okay, we got Maddie. We got Brian. And all my new members on YouTube, thank you for supporting the channel. All right, 15-minute, guys. You see that 15-minute dead cat bounce continues to push. Okay. Lucky, I'll send it to you. Okay, I'll send you the video here shortly. You were the winner, I do remember. So I didn't forget. I was just waiting for a DM from you. That's what all I was waiting for. So I'll get that over to you by the end of the day. So again, if you're trying to go long, guys, you can see where you're trying to go long, right? Everything is still selling off. That was just a dead cat bounce on the 15. So even though it's a dead cat bounce, it is still scalpable back the upside. But you have to just use those targets. The last idea was this push to this push. At peak, about 28, 29% opportunity. Okay, now we're back at that daily downside breaker. Friday's lows. So if you took the puts off that rejection, you waited for this to form. If you took the puts off the rejection, it took some time, but it hit target multiple times. We got Gloria. Again, guys, continue to like, okay? Continue to like. 60 will do the bootcamp giveaway. And it's going to be live. It's going to be live, guys. It's going to be awesome. I have the privilege to work with you guys live, go over the content, all the information live. The information is very digestible, okay? So it's not... I try to make it as digestible as possible. Excuse me. Good morning, Hermes, if I'm pronouncing that right. Good morning, first-time viewers. Anyone a first-time viewer? If you're a first-time viewer, where are you joining us from? Now, we did see a nice sell-off to recap the day, right? To recap what took place, we saw a nice sell-off. Trade idea was for the puts. Both times, took advantage of this one, stopped out on this one, and stopped out on some QQQ puts, stopped out here. Overall, the reading of the market was, we did a tremendous job reading the market. Our team took advantage of this, but the execution of the trades could have been improved on my end. All right. Gloria from Georgia. So that's the reality of trading. So sometimes you get to see that firsthand because I have to take the trades live. It's very easy to sit back and give commentary. I won't say it's easy. There's still a skill to it, right? But when you don't have anything on the line, it's different. It's a little different. All right. Okay, we got first time Mig from Philly. Okay, we got Philly, we got Georgia. No, it's Saturday. The live trading is Saturday, so you can purchase it. It's just a giveaway to show my appreciation if we get 60 likes. We got Aurora, Colorado. I'm streaming from North Carolina, so I'm in the East Coast. Strikers, any questions, strikers? Any chart requests? We'll start going over some tickers, maybe 12:30, do a halftime check. We got Brian B. from Riverside, California. Do we have any Canadians in the chat? I know we have a handful of Canadians that join us every single day. Okay, 12 minutes, 11 minutes away from the giveaway. $11 away. Yeah, and Chill is from, I believe, from Windsor, He's from Ontario. We have Milton from Vancouver on our team. So I grew up in Toronto. I grew up in Toronto, in this Toronto area, Scarborough area. And I actually worked in Alberta for some time as well. So it's cool to see the diversity of the people. And this thing continues to chop. So chop means small talk, okay? Chop means we can get off topic and talk about something else to avoid trading. To avoid trading and giving back those profits, especially for those of you who are green. You are done. Log out of that brokerage account. Okay, question in the chat. How is the way to put stop loss on options? We got Nico from Toronto. How is the way to put stop loss? So it varies. It varies by broker. Some brokers allow you to put the stop loss in place. Some allow you to do bracket orders on the contract so you can move it as the contracts are moving. Some you can do a mental stop. You can do let's talk about that actually. So that's a good topic. I'll keep it on SPY. SPY's not doing much. So when you think of stop losses, okay, the whole topic in general, stop losses. Okay, or risk. Okay, risk management as a whole. Okay, boils down to basically how you manage your risk. All right, and one thing is a pillar within risk management, of course, the way you manage your account is one element, but the way you manage the trade is also a pillar of risk management. So we'll say trade stop loss. All right. So one is how you manage your account, and one is how you manage your trades. So risk management is not just one whole thing. It's the account, okay, is the trade. I'll explain. What percentage of the account do you allocate per trade? That's how you manage your account. Percentage of account, okay? So when people think risk management, they only think of stop loss. But it's a multi-layered, and then of course, how you manage your stop loss, trade stop loss. Okay, so now that we understand that, so now let's unpack this here. Okay, we're not going to unpack this here because there's different ways of doing it, but we'll unpack this here. So trade stop loss. When you're in a position, there's a handful of things you can manage your risk, manage your trade stop loss by. It can be percentage. It can be percentage based. It can be dollar based. It can be level based. Okay? Level, or we'll say chart based. Okay? That encompasses levels, zones. Okay, chart based. And it can be ATR based. All right, so that's primarily the primary ways you can manage your primary ways to have a stop loss. All right, so of course, percentage base. If I'm below X percentage, I'm out of the position because I'm allocating X amount of capital for this trade. Dollar amount, same, very, very similar thing. Chart based. If you have a chart based stop, you can have. If you have a hybrid stop, right? Hybrid stop would be a combination of these. So for my style of trading is more of the percentage base along with the chart base. So those two things. Right? I kind of fuse those two things together, especially for when it comes to scalping. Right? But chart based, these are the different ways you can manage it. So now, depending on your broker, Your broker allows you to sometimes put the stop loss before you take the trade. You can move the stop loss on the option chart. That just varies, right? But your broker is not going to tell you what your percentage stop loss is. Your broker is not going to tell you how much money you can lose. It's not going to tell you what type of stop loss to have. All right, so you choose your stop based on one of these categories, and then you apply it to the chart. And some brokers allow you to do it automatically, so you don't have to go through the emotional ebbs and flows of the trade. If that makes sense, okay? Okay? So that's how you have to think about it. But the whole risk management topic itself, don't just think about this. Because sometimes you can be using a little piece of your account. Okay, small piece of your account. This is your account. Okay, small piece of your account. Use a small piece of your account, you get a big win. Right? And you use a larger piece of your account. Okay? And you get a regular loss. You're automatically red. So this within itself takes a whole session on how to break this entire thing down, especially the account percentage. And it depends on what your account is for. Are you optimizing your account for growth? Are you optimizing your account for just something to scalp and make income off of? It just depends. So depending on the objective it depends on what percentage of your account you're using per trade. Is it aggressive growth, conservative? Very similar to how you would basically build a portfolio for a client based on what their goals are, right? So based on what your goal is, that's the percentage of the account you're using. Okay? But the rule of thumb is, of course, you don't want to exceed maximum 10% of that account. If you can go 15%, smaller account, 20%, have the calculator as well. But if it's something that's just your regular account, try to stay below that 10% threshold. I would consider that aggressive. All right, and that's up to you. The way you manage your position, the way you manage your trades, that's up to you. Okay, that's completely up to you. So that's why that management comes in, right? Management comes in. Right, you are the fund manager. Whether it's $1,000, $100,000, $25,000, $5,000, $500, you are the manager. All right, manager is a manager. You might be the manager at, it's like it's saying, you're the manager at Morgan Stanley or you're the manager at Advanced Auto Parts. Right, different scale businesses, but you're still a manager. Right, you still have to manage. You still have to put those proper principles. So if you're a good manager, all right, more than likely, over time you'll be successful. We got 60 likes. Should I put my name for the boot camp now? I already won the course. If you can, there's no limit to how many times you can win. Okay. Make sure to like the video, guys, as we continue to chop around. You know, the best trade in this territory, of course, was the puts under 682.50. Took some time to play out initially. Came to target here. Maybe you squeeze double digits out of it, but the action is ugly. To say the least, the action is ugly. It's horrendous. Okay, horrendous action. The shift in comparison to what took place here. Question in the chat, how long have you been trading? Basically, I started trading in 2018. Right, around 2018, that's the time when I really started to. It's almost been 10 years, guys. Right, not at the 10-year mark yet. But I've been aware of the markets, like investing in the markets long term for a little bit of time. And that's how it starts. You start learning what the markets from a fundamental standpoint. At least that was my journey. And you start going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and you reach the depths, right? Surface level is long-term investing, and the deeper you go, you end up in the day trading world. In the chat, put in the chat how long you guys have been trading. Do you use a trailing stop with your options unless you are well in profit, especially there's large spreads? So the cool thing is we trade SPY. SPY is the primary names that we do trade. SPY has the best spreads in the business, right? The spreads are as thin as it can be. Do they tend to expand from time to time? Absolutely. But for me, since I'm a scalper, I'm not too concerned about the spreads on SPY because the spreads are about 1 cent. Okay, so what I'm more focused on SPY is my entry and exit. So I do buy the ask to get filled as quickly as possible. If there's a 20-cent spread, 30-cent spread, if it's an individual name, right, it's not in my best interest to buy the ask because I'm automatically losing at that particular time. But the way I manage the position is when I do see that double-digit push, I'm a scalper. I take a majority off and try to babysit some runners. What's your average rate of return? It depends. It varies. Where do I cut losses? 10 to 15%. That's where I am most of the time. Very, very conservative risk. Right? If it's something like a lotto, if it's something I'm looking to sit a little longer, if it's the contract is further out, right? So my usual bread and butter setups are at the money. For the at the monies, right? Using full size, everything is just a regular day of trading. I keep it between 10 and 15%. If I'm going a little further, I'm using the contracts as a potential target on the chart as a contract. Want to sit through it a little bit, maybe I can push it to 20%, 25%, right? But if it's a swing, not a swing, if it's an intraday individual name, can make it a little wider as well. It just really depends. But when it 90% of the time, when it's the trading SPY, it's 10 to 15%. The reason is because I can always cut that trade at that particular time and get back in. All right? It doesn't take long to recover 10 to 15%. So you have to base your risk on your recovery rate. Okay? You base your risk on your recovery rate. All right? So for instance, if you take that's a good example. Okay, so now, if your average, let's just say this, your average win is 10, your average loss is 30%. Okay, let's say your average loss is 30%. Your average loss is 30%. More than likely, you're going to have to get something more than 30% on your next trade. All right, so if you take 30% loss, that's within your norm. Even if your next trade you take profits at halfway, whatever it is, right? You still haven't fully recovered this trade, but you're well on your way. Or if you're a 1-to-1, you can easily recover. But if you go beyond your recovery rate, so I know most of my setups, right? Most of my setups, I'm going to see 10 to 15%. All right, so most of the setups, I'm going to see 10 to 15%. What matters is sometimes the mismanagement come into play, maybe the execution come into play, but most of them I'll see 10 to 15%. So if I have my risk at this 10 to 15% window, I know that my recovery rate, I'm 1 or 2 trades away, or even just 1 trade away from bouncing back, and 2 trades away from correcting this. All right, but if I do this, if I take a 40% loss, 50% loss, 60% loss, say 60% loss, okay? Now how many trades do I need to take to recover this? That's my path to recovery. All right? Just imagine, maybe 3, 4, 5 trades in a row. Do the math. So that means you have to adjust your risk to an area where to a level or to an outcome that you see most frequently, that your system constantly produces. My system constantly produces 10 to 15% opportunities. All right, and some of them continue to go at minimum 10 to 15%. Right, so it's in my best interest to keep my risk at that particular area, because if I do lose and if it sets up again, I can re-engage. Okay, I can re-engage. That makes sense. All right, I'll keep putting your names in the chat. So to make your to answer your question short, 10 to 15%. We have Sanjay. Moon. Okay. Off topic. So how about those Detroit Pistons? I think they're first, right? They're first. They're first in the East. I'll start watching basketball. Once the finals roll around, I'll start. I used to be a big fan back then. Now I'm just a casual. So when it starts getting interesting, start watching. I didn't like the courts. A while back they had those courts with all those colors. I didn't like that at all. I tried to watch a couple of games with those courts, and it was awful. I don't know who suggested that, but that was an awful experience. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Pistons are in first. Who's in first in the West? Lakers. No, not the Lakers. Maybe OKC. Brandon. Okay, we'll do the giveaway here shortly, guys. Let's see what takes place here. Make sure to like. Just giving you guys a little bit of time. All right, there you go. So you can see that dead cat bounce on the 15. If you saw it through, puts below 682.50. Okay, so if you recall, this is why it's so important when you're going long, right? When you're trying to catch a reversal, right? You're first trading the dead cat bounce. Okay, so you're taking it piece by piece. So in this case, we had that nice little push. This is actually even a late entry, in my opinion. Right, I could have done a better job getting something a little earlier, but wanted to just make sure a couple of boxes were checked. We push into that TP, and we said, hey, you know what? Once we come to that territory, we're going to start running out of room to push the upside. If we can't get ourselves together above it, VIX stays above 21, starts to bounce. We start to reject. We slowly start climbing back the downside. And now we're all the way back at that shift lows. Second shift lows, just like that. Okay. We're still within the jaws. We are still within the jaws of this buy block, but we are selling off, going near those lows. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. So we are going to do the giveaway for the boot camp. Okay, boot camp giveaway. We'll be giving away one spot, 6 hours. Right, allocate 6 hours. I know it's a lot. But it's a worthwhile investment of your time. It's like riding a bike. Once you learn it, it's very hard to unlearn. You take it with you wherever you go. That's how trading is, right? Once you learn these fundamental principles and you learn it the right way, right, you're going to carry it with you regardless of what strategy you want to take a deep dive in. What style of training you start to implement, so on and so forth. Okay, we have Cameron. We have Kareem. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, speaking of basketball. I don't even want to look at those Google puts. Those Google puts Not Google, I should say QQQ. QQQ puts. All right, we got 47% of the chat thinks we're going to sell off. We'll do it at 12:45, guys. 12:45, we'll do it. We'll give some people some time to jump in. We are doing a giveaway for just jumping in. We got 57 people joining us. Let's get the likes up. We can get to 70 likes as well. Get to 70, that'd be great. Subscribe if you haven't already. Let me drop the link to the free tier Discord as well for you to claim the prize. Strikers, what are we thinking here, guys? Anyone take those puts there? Further dated strikes, just kind of sit in them, let them cook. IBKR has stops based on underlying, which I used to use, but now I have programmed it using a trader. So stop at market if SPY closes below a certain level. I haven't used Tradier before. Interesting. You scrap when like this, but have to fast for scalps. Look at that, guys, just out of nowhere. Right. You have to fast for scraps, wait, play out before getting in. 681.38 target hit. Beautiful, beautiful. Now stop 680.74, runner target. Beautiful job. We're near the floor. Yeah, the floor would be that 680.39, 680.40. And so this, what pattern can you potentially see forming here? Somewhat of a rounded top, right? Not perfect rounded top. Inverse cup and handle, possibly. That can be on the table. I'm going to drop the link to the free tier Discord for those of you who do win to join. You can also join the free tier Discord. I don't push it too much, but it is available. There's free resources there. So when you do win, right? You have one. The only way you can reach out to me is through the free tier Discord. There's no way I can reach out to you, right? It's one-way communication on YouTube, right? So again, make sure to send me a message. Code word for today. Code word for today. Okay, the code word for today is SPY. Code word for today is SPY. You need to send me that code word. So code word along with your name. Okay? Okay, and we'll do the giveaway here. Just like that. Right off of that 680.59, 680.60. That daily downside breaker right there. See if you get that final break here. Or if that's the handle of that inverse cup and handle. Code word SPY and your name. All right, guys? Code word SPY and your name. That's the free tier Discord. Absolutely available. Anyone can join there as well. All right, there's some free resources there. Now, as we continue to push, we are coming into kind of in the middle of nowhere as well on the VIX. Okay, kind of in the middle of nowhere. We got Donovan, we got Jamil, and then we'll do the giveaway in a few seconds here. We have Kareem, we have Nabila. So I think Nabila is the last one. Nabila, Jamil, and Donna. Good. Any last contestants want to jump in? So when you win, you want to send me that code. So when you win, you want to send me your name, SPY, in the Discord. Okay, click the link in there to join the free tier Discord, no strings attached. All right, you don't have to provide any credit card information or anything like that. All right, so it's so you can communicate with me. We got Beverly. Okay, Beverly will jump in. Any strikers want to jump in? You can jump in. Feel free. You do have the course available, but the boot camp that does not come with your plan. If we do have any members from the yearly, this does come with your plan. Tom, cause SPY. We got Beverly. We got Kareen. We got Tom. We have Kareen and Kareem, and we have Femi. All right, well, let's do it. So the giveaway is this. Instructions are simple. So I have all the names. You are going to win the boot camp, the live boot camp. I am hosting a live boot camp this Saturday. Live boot camp this Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern. Right, foundations of day trading, risk management, position sizing, how to read price action, all the technicals. Right. So this is what the giveaway is for. All right. If you are interested in joining that boot camp, you can as well. It's jam-packed. What you get access to 4+ hours of course material. It is not pre-recorded. It's not one of those webinars that seem real. I don't know if you guys got duped into one of those webinars where an individual sends you a webinar that looks like it's live. They have a fake chat, but it's not live. This is completely live. All right, this is completely live. Everything's taking place live. You get access to all this cool stuff here. If you are interested in signing up, taking your trade to the next level, please do sign up. Take advantage. Use the code EARLY. Okay, use that code. You save 20% off. So this is what you're winning. All right, so again, if you can't attend the boot camp 10 a.m., I'll send you the recording and I'll allow you to sit in the next one. All right, I'll allow you to sit in the next one. Deal? All right, any last entries? Going once, going twice. A nice little handle forming there. Inverse cup and handle on SPY possibly. Same thing going on the Qs. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel here. And the winner is... Tyra. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. That is the winner. So send me a DM in the free tier Discord. Tyara. And use the code. SPY. SPY is the code. Okay. So that is the winner. Congrats, Tyra. Send me a DM in the Discord there. All right, so that pattern is playing out slightly, right? We got that nice little inverse cup and handle going. And handle forming. We're trading below that daily downside breaker. What I'm interested in seeing is a sweep of those lows. The second shift's lows. That's what I want to potentially aim for. That's what I want to potentially aim for. And you don't take any trades in second shift, third shift actually. Any trades in third shift. We did see a lot of back and forth. The best trade in that case, of course, was that nice rejection up that 682.88. We did go buy block. Waves continue to wave to the downside. We're just coming back and test those EMAs. No signs of real reversal, just dead cat bounces up into this point now. Up into this point, nice little dead cat bounces. Okay, you can see came right into that jaws of that 20. So that's where that last idea came from, right? Came into the jaws of the near that 20. Key level, price action, 3-in-1 combo. All right, 3-in-1, 3 areas of confluence. All right, critical level. We get the break below that level, retrace to that level, price action combination in the jaws of the waves. So in this case, entry can be related to the lows of that candle, and of course the risk can be the top of that candle. If we dissect that a little further and take a look at the 1 minute, this is how it looks. So double top on the 1. Double top on the 1. We retrace back at the jaws of the sell block and continue to collapse. But it took some time to play out to go to those lows. So now next to that setup, right, the next key level that we do have are these lows down here, which is that daily downside breaker. Okay, so now do we get that same kind of combination right here? So same sequence, only difference is location. What I mean by that is in this case, we did bounce for about, okay, close to 2 points. And in this case here, we need to bounce for about 1.2 points. So the bounce is important. We need to take into consideration where we're coming from as well. All right, so let's see what does take place there. Some of the patterns that we do know, of course, double bottom is right there. So does that double bottom create that inverse cup and handle? So if I'm looking to trade that inverse cup and handle, right, I'm keeping a close eye on that, on this key level here, that daily downside breaker for potential formation of that right handle, or for that handle. All right, so inverse cup and handle is basically, okay, you get a nice drop. After you get a drop, you get corrective activity. And when you get that corrective activity, okay, you come and you get some sort of bounce. Some sort of bounce. Let's see if I can draw it. Okay. And that bounce off those lows, known as the handle, is basically somewhat of a flag type of pattern as well. All right, so nice push to the downside, corrective activity, rounding, and then coming back lower. And then if the inverse cup and handle plays out to a T, it starts to continue to push the downside. So now where we're existing, is at the formation of that handle, right? As it pertains to this key level. If we get back above that key level, start to show some signs of life above that key level, right? And we start to retrace a good chunk of this move to the downside, then that inverse cup and handle will be off the table. All right, general rule is that 50-50 on that cup and handle does come into play. Okay, so now is this break legit? And if this break does hold above 680, 174, target 680, 288. Very similar to what we did here. Take it from point to point, point A to point B. You don't need to go from point A to point Z. Point A to point B. If we can go to C, use B as your trailing stop. If you can go to D, use C as your trailing stop. So on and so forth. You don't need to go from A to Z. Take it letter by letter. Letter by letter. Oh, beautiful job. Beverly's in our group already. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Is Beverly in our group? Beverly. Okay, yeah. Who's the win? Did Beverly win? Oh, Tyra won. Okay, you're saying congrats. Yeah, I got confused there for a second. Okay, good. Good. Who's done for the day? Are you guys still hunting for opportunities? Are you guys still hunting for opportunities, or are you just sitting back and enjoying the action? All right, it's hard for me to go short near these lows if I'm thinking, going down that line of thinking. Right, we're in the jaws of that buy block. See if that can hold, maintain, just chop back and forth. Of course, we got that nice drop earlier. For those of you who attended the pre-market stream, put a me in the chat in the Discord. If you attended the pre-market stream and if your trade lined up or corresponded with this being the fuel to the puts, you saw how that played out beautifully. All right, so that pre-market is so important. I always say it. I'm going to continue to say it. All right, the pre-market is more important than the live. The live trading is just showing up and executing. All right, that has its challenges within itself. But the pre-market prep is where the plan is set. All right, plan is set. We're starting to see a bounce across the board off those lows. Okay, a nice little break here. Great job, Lynn. You did tremendous. Let's go back. I think morning on, looking for a peak below PML for a single contract. Look, entry value contract is a stop. That was beautiful. If you're still holding that, doctor, tremendous job. For the next giveaway, we can do it, guys. 100 likes. 100 likes. Let's smash some records. Okay. 100 likes. Make sure to send me a DM, Tyra. All right, looks like the bulls are piling in. I want you to pay attention to strikers. Right, for those of you who don't incorporate level 2 and time and sale into your trading, you don't need to. It's not a must. But ideally, you want to see a speed up. You want to see a speed up in those orders. All right, that's why I put these two things in there. Right, so you can kind of see it, get that better view. And it'll be great for testing and watching. Think of it as volume, right? Think of it as very similar to volume. Yeah, it did feel very trappy, doctor, right? A lot of those herky-jerky candles off those lows did feel very trappy. Did feel very trappy. All eyes are on our friend NVIDIA, Jensen. Right, can NVIDIA come rescue the day? That's going to be the question for the rest of the month. Speaking of NVIDIA, actually, you know what? Let's pull up. Nice reclaim here. Okay, breakout. See if it continues to push. If you took that reclaim again, you're targeting 680 to 88. At this time, it's better just to use less size. Those contracts, further dated contracts, not further dated, maybe further strike or further dated contracts, and just letting it kind of move. That's probably the best way to approach it, and maybe using a good chunk of the contract as your risk, because it's taking some time. Everything is taking time. And I bled out and I stayed away because I chase it. Yeah. Right, so they definitely don't want to chase, especially if your entry models are not. You're not chase. your style of trading is not chasing, that's good not to chase. If you don't know how to chase, you'll end up in last place. Looking for a trade. So Jolly, Nisha Jolly looking for a trade. MB Billionaire down 2K. I can't stop from sell from DCA. Yeah, so DCA simply means dollar cost averaging. It means you're just buying, adding to your position. Okay, so are they 0DT contracts, MB? That you can't stop DCAing into? My rule of thumb is when I'm scalping, there is no DCA. Right, so there is a style of trading you can implement DCA, especially if you're looking to build into a position, right? Have starter position, but that walks a fine line, and that fine line can easily be crossed on days where you're not as disciplined. 0 DTEs. Yeah, so if you're in those 0 DTE calls, probably need that push. You need that push above 682.88. Right, if you can get bailed out with that, just learn the lesson, walk away. DCAing, unless you have that proven edge, is not a sustainable way to approach things. Okay, got you, Tyra. So we'll send you the link. Just send me your email in the DM. Send me your email in the DM. I'll accept your friend request, and then I'll send out the details of the boot camp to all the emails on Friday, and then we'll get started on Saturday. Okay, congratulations. So this reclaim played out nicely. The first reclaim we did take here, we did take this for a nice push. Right, I can't sit back, take these contracts, play lottos over these levels over and over and over and over and over again. But it's just, from my standpoint, you're exhausting a lot of your mental capital. You're exhausting a lot of your trades. Right, not for the best setups. Right, I'd like to stay within a certain parameter. We do have traders who trade 20, 30, 40 trade scalpers at a time in a given day. Let me have a seat here real quick. And things are getting very interesting here, guys. We're above that 681.74, target 682.88. If we can get above this, bulls are officially starting to show some signs of life. Okay, they're not dead. All right, they're alive and kicking, but they're barely kicking. All right, so we need to at least get above those highs. That will shift the structure. Of course, we can see some sellers trying to pile in here. That is a rejection area. So pay attention to that. Pay close attention to that. Okay, good. Got you. So I'll add you to the list, and then I'll send those DMs out for the ones who do purchase the course. And if you are interested in a bootcamp, guys, alumni, just send me a DM, and I'll have your email there as well. Okay, I'm going to have a quick seat here. Give me 1 second. This looks like a huge bear flag on the 15. Let's jump over to the 15. Yeah, I can see that. A multi-day bear flag or just... I see what you're saying. Coming off these lows here. This is what you're thinking about? Or something intraday? All right, so for the bulls, they need to reclaim. They need to reclaim. We can start to go. The interesting thing is, right, and that massive one there, yeah, I can see, yeah. Decided to treat it as support there. The interesting thing is, again, with the prior times we came into this territory and we got nice reaction to the upside. So if we reclaim, we can probably maybe start making a way back to the jaws of this territory and working our way back to the upside. But the first thing is first, we need to get above these highs up here. Okay, we need to get above those highs up there. Anyone have a horse in the race? Anyone have a horse in the race? We're moving about 69 cents per 5. IV's under 20. Our goal this week, guys, is to get to 3,100 subs. All right. We're about 75 subs away. We can get there very easily. Again, 60% of people that tune in are not subscribed. For those of you who did join the YouTube membership, appreciate your support. Moving forward, what I'll start doing is Sunday night, I will be sharing that link to the people on YouTube as well. All right, YouTube members will have access to that Sunday night stream. I'm going to add that to the schedule. All right, Sunday night we go over what took place last week, some things to look out for in the coming week, and of course, go over some tickers, go over some trade ideas, open up the floor, Q&A. So that's going to be available to all the members, paying members of the community. That's Sunday night Stocks After Dark. So that's YouTube members, that's Spy Striker Lite members, and of course the Apex members as well. All right, so that's going to be Sunday nights, every Sunday night. Yesterday we talked about a handful of tickers. One of the ones that was still valid off the open was, of course, Apple, of course, Walmart. They provided some opportunities, and that was provided and discussed in detail yesterday. Okay, so moving forward, Sunday night, I'll shoot for 7 p.m. Just takes us about 45 minutes to an hour to go over everything. Okay, so that will be added to our schedule. So be on the lookout for the link. On the lookout for the links in the private YouTube messages. Okay. All right. Is this it, guys? Do we have enough to reclaim this, or do we reject once again? This is very reminiscent to the yearly open a few days ago. That hourly candle is looking nice reversal on the hourly. We did go inside hammer, push back the upside. So bulls are starting to step up on the hourly. On the 4 hour, as far as 4 hours concerned. Okay, 4 hours still inside. And this has, of course, until power hour, basically. Power hour, we get a new hourly, a 4 hour candle. But you can see the 4 hour, right? Now we're not going anywhere. We're going back and forth. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Just zoom out just a little bit. You can see the juncture, this up-down pattern. It's almost like we're going broadening and tightening. Okay, we went broadening, and we're tightening. You guys see that? Broadening, tightening. Do we have any strat traders? Do I have any people that are familiar with the strat? Do we have any strat traders who are familiar with the strat? Okay, we got one detour. Anyone else on YouTube trade the strat? Okay, so as we're trying to break above that 682.88, we need to slice and dice. We need that slice and dice under 21 on the VIX. We need that slice and dice under that 21 on the VIX. We're stringing together a nice little run here. We're looking to flip the waves on the 5 possibly. Right? We still have room to VWAP 683 and 95. How are those contracts looking? How are those contracts looking for you, MB Billionaire? I know you were down 2K. Hopefully, you're starting to see a little bit less drawdown. Sometimes when you make a mistake trading or make a couple of ill-advised decisions, you get bailed out by the market. If that does ever take place, just learn the lesson. Don't make that same mistake twice. Sometimes you get bailed out. All right. I've been there many times. You think a trade is just dead and gone, and you hold too long, and now you're just left holding it, and it starts to resurface, come back to life, comes back to break even. You squeeze some profit out of it, and it's just, you're thankful, but you know if you try to do that again, right, you just got bailed out, because the market is trying to reward you for bad behavior. It's teaching you that you can do the wrong things and still get rewarded. Okay, we got one strat trader, Femi. So what are your favorite strat combos? Are there any particular strat combos you like the best? Do you like to trade the continuations, reversals, failed 2-ups, failed 2 downs, 2 down, 2 up, hammer combos, shooter combos, or 2 up, 2 downs, 2-on-2s? I like the 2-2s. I like the 2-2s with shooters and hammers. And I like the 2-1-2s. VWAP 683.95. Do we have any ICT or smart money concept traders? ICT, smart money concept type of traders. Most of those type of traders are on the future side, forex side of things. But there are options traders who do go and explore everything. So again, if you're a technician at heart, right, you're gonna go learn everything. You're not gonna trade everything, but you're gonna learn everything. 3-1-2s. 3-1-2s are good. The 2-2 reversals, and of course the 2-1-2s. When I used to trade this, when I first learned about the strat, I was fascinated, of course. I was purely just doing the strat, but on its own, I found that there was a lot of because the main thing is, whenever you find any strategy, guys, or any system, your job is not to reconfirm the existing system. Your job is to poke holes in the system. Your job is to look for instances where it's wrong. And what I struggled with when I was just trading this strat on its own is things always look good in hindsight. But in real time, there's a lot of traps. Right, so you have to have that extra layer of filtration in place. Like a filtration mechanism. Right, trading continuations. Yeah, you'll get, you'll learn quickly. The continuations to avoid them. So it's good for reversals. A lot of the systems are good for reversals. All right. Now, the best thing for continuations is just trend trading. Throw the EMAs on the chart. You can't beat it. I know people like to make things more complicated than it is, for the intellectual stimulation. A lot of strat traders don't like EMAs, right? There's a certain level of I'm above EMAs. That kind of is in the community. But at the end of the day, your job is to identify the conditions and take advantage of what's in front of you. So if EMAs get the job done because there's a clear uptrend, right, and you get some sort of strat combination off of the EMA, why not? Right? So learn to incorporate a lot of these things together and know when to use them. If there's a clear trend, EMAs. No trend, no EMAs. Okay. So can we hold here? Do we hold or fold? Nice reclaim, nice downward compression break, continue to push. We're making some strides now. We are shifting those highs. So as long as we don't take out these lows, see where that next higher low is going to come in. VWAP is at that 683.94. So the bears might be allowing this into VWAP. We shall see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30 minutes of buying here. We still have a long way to go to the upside, but we're making strides. Four likes from 80, guys. 4 likes from 80. Let's get 80 likes. We'll do a giveaway at 80 likes for the course. If you're on the boot camp giveaway, we will do that. We will do that at 100 likes. 100 likes is the goal there. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day at 9:30. Today, right on the day, good read on the market, just a little slow, just a little timing a little bit off. If you're interested to go back and watch how we navigate through these conditions, I gotta admit I was a little excited off the open. All right, so first trade went long, knew where my risk was, drew out, defined it very clearly, was wrong. Okay, stopped out. Second trade, TP'd there nicely. Third trade, little too early of an entry, right? But again, the puts was the play off this key zone. So more than anything, go back and look at the setups and see how you can incorporate those setups into the things you're doing. So nice retrace, reject, waves waving, continue to sell off, retrace, reject there, and those 3 trades within first shift came into play. And then we had the QQQ as well for the puts on QQQ. Did see green multiple times, end up getting stopped out. And those end up going for 100+%. Then our last trade was a nice double-digit push to the upside here. Caught a nice move for about $1 and some change. All right, so that pretty much gets us caught up. So the question now becomes: can we stay above 682.88? If we can, we unlock this runway back to PML. We have pre-market low right there as well. Yes, that's also happens, guys. The execution of the orders, especially Robinhood, you're gonna have to get a different broker, a better broker, guys. Sometimes Webull, right? The executions can be a little wonky. It happens from time to time if there's an increase in that volatility, but definitely Robinhood, right? It's time to go from Robinhood. Robinhood is good for beginning, but you don't want to be stuck at that very beginning. Robinhood might not be the best for scalping. Robinhood might be better for swinging because you don't have to make those. You're not focused on execution. Scalping, guys, is all about execution, right? You need to be able to enter, exit quickly, and you don't need issues with fills. So if Robinhood is giving you issues with fills, that can be an X factor impacting your performance, because it does take a psychological toll. Last week there was a couple of trades that didn't get filled, right? It is frustrating. So when you do get frustrated, you have to acknowledge you're frustrated, bring yourself back down, and go through the whole process once again, right? So if you're looking for something a little bit more advanced than Robinhood, okay, you can jump to Webull. If you're looking for something really beyond that, jump to IBKR, Thinkorswim, so on and so forth. Okay, yep, I use it too. Me right now. Are you in a position? ICT, same as trading, but different name. I only trade where the liquidity find it in the volume profile works the best. They can't hide. Webull is easy to use. Not the best for market fills, but something I have to deal with 100%. Yeah, Webull is for the people coming from Robinhood. Webull is I'd say the easiest to use, simplest to adapt to, simplest to set up and use. So for scalping, I am using Webull here. All right, so Webull. Now you can. There's a very. The learning curve is pretty straightforward. There's no learning curve at all. Right. Again, if you're having issues setting it up, one of the best videos on my channel is a Webull tutorial video. So go check that out on how to set up Turbo Trader. All right, Turbo Trader. I think I have if you don't have a Webull, I should have a code somewhere in the Discord for a Webull promo. Right. So you can use that code if you want as well. Should be in there somewhere. If anyone's looking to open a Webull account, just let me know in the chat. I'll send you a code where you get 4% match. And they also give you some I believe 3.5%. Last I checked, I believe, or 4% for your cash. So as your cash is sitting in the account and you don't trade it, you are literally getting 4%. All right, so why not? Okay. Why not? I mean, 4%, that's beating SPY right now, year to date. Okay. Not saying it's going to beat it for the rest of the year. 4% is not enough, but I believe it's like 4%, 3.5%, somewhere there. They changed the rates. But if you do have the cash account, they will give you that. So literally, just to sit on your hands, you're getting a small percentage for that. You're getting paid to sit on your hands. What platform are you using? Okay, we answered that question. Webull. So think of it like this: Webull for the scalping. Long term, I use Fidelity. I did used to use E-Trade. E-Trade, I thought was very horrible. Wasn't as user friendly. I tried to set up IBKR a while back. I have an account across all the brokers, right? Just in case. All right, I'm always paranoid. Right, it's always good to have those brokers available. Put a little money in there, and get approved for options trading, and just have them there, just in case something happens with a particular platform. Right, you're not going to have to go back and open up an account and start this and do the options application. Right, so I would advise at least having 3 to 5 broker accounts across different vendors. Right, just in case. Right? Fault tolerance. I even have Webull, but I haven't used Webull in many years. Okay, first time here. What is your trading strategy? Is there a pre-recorded that allows me to see your pre-market and past live streams? Absolutely. Everything. My strategy is primarily based on price action, key levels, identifying market conditions, and making trading decisions based off of those primary pillars. As far as the pre-recorded is concerned, everything in pre-market, we do have a pre-market prep stream every single day, right, at 9 a.m. We go over our game plan. We go over any chart requests. We go over anything our team has to bring to the table. And our team is starting to grow now, all right? We're starting to grow. We have a lot of people joining us there. So during that time, guys, if you have anything to share, I'll try to keep the recap portion as tight as possible. I still want to cover that. That's very important. All right. But if we can get a little bit of time and there's someone that wants to share any ideas, again, feel free. All right. Feel free to share, bring it to our attention. All right. There's so many eyes on the market, so many great technicians. And if we can all utilize our ability to spot opportunities and bring it to the table, we can really start helping one another. All right, so we do have a pre-market prep stream. Go back to the channel. We do have live trades over 200 plus episodes. If you want more than the 200 episodes, you're going to have to be in the membership, the YouTube membership. You have access to all of it. But to put it short, to answer your question, short form, pre-market prep stream is available. The recording is available as well. I can send that out. That's available to everyone in our Discord. The reason why I'm doing the pre-market prep stream in the Discord is because that's the gold. A lot of people think that the trading is, of course, the trading is important because you need to see it happen in front of you. That's the best way to learn. But oftentimes, the pre-market prep, the way we prep, is very, very important. Now, coming into the day, it's a matter of sticking to the plan or calling an audible if things change. Right? How well can we stick to the plan becomes a question. All right, today's pre-market game plan was pretty straightforward. Right? But I could have done a better job sticking to the plan. Right? That's the hardest part sometimes in trading, guys, sticking to the plan, because there's so many things that happen, right? And your plan starts to become elusive, and you forget, and you get distracted with what you're seeing. All right, so all the resources are available in the Discord, right? In my opinion, all trading strategies have some sort of, they work, right? A trader with the right mindset, the right psychology, the right discipline can make any strategy work. If it's an EMA, if it's a VWAP, whatever it is. So I don't want to say that your strategy doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is the focus is more between the ears, right? Psychology, discipline, trade management, account management, risk management. Now, you don't need a 100% win rate strategy. Nice volume and balance there. All right, 65, 60% is good enough. I'll get the job done. Okay? That will get the job done. Everything else is between the ears. Any questions, guys? Any more questions? Nice run up on the one. Nice break above this level. Okay, see that continue push. We're arriving at VWAP. VWAP is right there. Okay, you can see VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. There's a difference. So now look at this, guys. So we got that breakout. Okay, breakout / reclaim. We add enough fuel to this territory, that first target. We continue to push. We get above those highs. And now we're headed towards VWAP. Okay, if we just zoom out just for a second. Okay, just for a second. Okay, now what do we got here? So first of all, the inverse cup and handle is off the table. That right handle did not come to fruition. We got a reclaim at this level. We got the waves to flip. So now the 9 EMA, okay, the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA have crossed back the upside. Waves are flipping green. Last time we were here, we were aggressive rejected. This time around, we're above it. So the buying pressure that we did see here got countered with the selling pressure we saw here got countered here. So decisive reclaim of this resistance. Now we're starting to climb. As we're climbing, what comes up? That 50-50. Of course, VWAP is right there, of course. That 50-50 comes up. Okay, 50-50 comes up. Okay, the 50-50, where does that put us roughly? In this territory here. All right, so basically very near the 50% retrace of the daily in this territory. This general vicinity up here, okay? Of course, we have the specific, we have the exact level here. We have the exact level up there, 50% retrace. So if we can overcome VWAP, okay, now this turns to the support. Okay. Turns to support off of that reclaim. So the same thing didn't happen here. Here we came into it, we went shooter, rejected. Here, there's no shooter with confirmation. It's just a continued 2-2. Okay, so now we're starting to get some pushback on VWAP. Let's just zoom out just for a second, see what our neighbors are doing. Qs are at VWAP, SPY's at VWAP, IW's at VWAP. The Dow is working towards VWAP. So what do we get here, team? What do we get, guys? So do we get a reclaim of VWAP or do we get a rejection of the VWAP? So if you took this reclaim, your first TP is here. Okay, and then of course runners into VWAP. Or if you opted not to take TP there, you want to hold the whole thing into VWAP. We're in that VWAP territory here. VWAP 2. There's VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. So VWAP 2 is 689.93. We're already there. VWAP 1 is 684.05. The reason why I use 2 VWAPs is because the intraday VWAP, not including the extended trading hours and pre-market, is different than the one that does include extended trading hours and pre-market. Now it's 50-50. Oh, 50% bearish, okay, for the week. So on this run up, we still haven't got any kind of pullback. Okay. It was just a direct line up after breaking. So shallow up here. We didn't grab any of these lows. No grab with the low here. We did take out third shift highs. So does VWAP send us back into this territory for bulls to refuel? Or is VWAP powerful enough to knock out the bulls and drive them back into this runway and gravitate back towards this territory? So what that means is the next opportunity is going to be highly tied, highly correlated to this zone here, this yellow box. If we're going to be below VWAP, the most important area is right here. If we get above VWAP, that means this runway, okay, remember this runway? We're in full pursuit. So take it runway by runway. Runway by runway. Anyone catch it to the upside? Anyone catch that to the upside? If you did, great job. Qs are at VWAP as well. The Dow is quite a ways from VWAP. We're seeing IW at VWAP as well. So 3 of the 4 are at VWAP. So if you get that simultaneous synchronized buying above VWAP, that can be the tide that lifts those 3 boats. If we get that rejection, more than likely they will all start doing the same thing. So far, the Qs are going 212 rev on the 5 off the VWAP. Let me grab my charger real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me grab my charger. In the meantime, like the video. 100 likes, we'll do the bootcamp giveaway. 100 likes, we'll do another bootcamp giveaway. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. Make sure to join our community if you're looking to level up your trading. We do have a few spots left on the trial for February as February wraps up. I'll have the March trial available for you guys as well. If you're looking to get educated, we do have properly educated. We do have the bootcamp coming up as well. We'll talk about that in just a few, all right? In just a few, we'll talk about that. So primary thing now is just keep an eye on that VWAP. Between VWAP and here, that's where the opportunity is going to be. Okay, give me 1 second.
Makes it easier for patients. That stock's up 4%. Rival Novo down big. And Blue Owl Capital is lower again after last week's sale of loans to its institutional investors. Now activist hedge funds are looking to buy stakes in 3 of the firm's credit vehicles. Those shares are down almost 4%, down 15% in a week, and on pace for their worst month on record. And now to Mackenzie Sigalos for the CNBC News Update. Hi, Mackenzie.
Hey, Kelly. Nick Reiner pleaded not guilty this morning to 2 counts of murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He was originally scheduled to be arraigned last month, but was delayed after famed defense attorney Alan Jackson withdrew as his counsel. Reiner's murder charges include special circumstances which could lead to the death penalty if convicted. In a shift long sought by patients with rare diseases, the FDA laid out a proposal today to spark development of customized treatments for hard-to-treat diseases seen as unprofitable by the pharmaceutical industry. If enacted, the program would create a pathway for niche therapies only tested in a handful of patients because of the challenges of doing larger studies. And Lindsey Vonn says she nearly had to have her leg amputated following a crash in the women's downhill at the Winter Olympics. She said her injuries led to compartment syndrome, which can cause permanent injury if not treated quickly. She credits surgery for saving her leg. Kelly, back to you.
I mean, I'm glad she didn't lose her leg. Let's just leave it at that, because that is horrifying. So scary. And yeah. Go Team USA. Mackenzie, thank you very much. Mackenzie Sagalos. Coming up, are oil prices higher just because of Iran anxiety? Or could this upward move this time be more lasting? We'll ask Carlisle's Jeff Curry about that and the revenge of the old economy after this.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no door.
Somebody say door? Light 'em up, Bobby. My man.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away.
Okay, back. Okay, we're still under that VWAP, VWAP 2 that is, VWAP 1, we're getting close to it. Okay, IW's crossed over, IW's crossed over. It's VWAP, see if you can hold it at 250.52, 250.52, IW's back above 250 psychological level. See if you get a full candle close above it. Okay, starting to do a nice little peekaboo above VWAP. Peekaboo is just simply, he just gets above it, and then it just traps everyone above VWAP. Now the Qs are still under VWAP. The Dow still has a ways to go. The Dow still has some ways to go. Keeping a close eye on this 5 here coming up. That 5 has 2 more minutes left. If it continues to sell, hold below that 50% retrace of that candle, we can see that potentially flip to being a 3. 3 down. So IW is a trap above VWAP, above 260.61. 51 to 260.51. Okay, 684.50 still there. Don't mean they have to go to them, but they're buyer trying to step up. Sellers will unload if they can take it. I can see that. Currently holding SPY, further dated 227. Okay, nice. 227 is nice. Gives you, that's end of the week, right? 227 is the end of the week, yeah. Those Fridays. Those Fridays. Are those the puts calls, Lynn? What's the fastest way to get the news that impacts SPY? You can be in our Discord. I have a news feed there. And the free tier is available. Okay, I have a news feed that's directly tied to a lot of the main social accounts, along with a couple of reliable resources. So if the president does tweet, okay, he just when he makes a tweet or when he makes a post on Truth, automatically gets sent out to our news feed. All right. If you have some suggestions on other news feeds members, okay, some reliable news feeds, I can add it to the bot. All right, so just let me know. Or some reliable X accounts. There's a couple of accounts that we do have We have a Bloomberg, Walter Bloomberg, of course. Should be somewhere in here. But we just don't want the news feed to send us all the news. We just need the most important news. All right, but that's available in the Discord, the news feed. So we don't have to go looking for the news. The news comes to us. The most important news. All right, because that takes time. Looking for the news takes time. So we want the news to come to us. Okay, that candle went 3 down. That candle went 3 down. All right, for sellers to really establish control, they need to drive price back below 682.88. 682.88 would be that critical level. $682.88. Because buyers might try to re-engage here for the bounce, protect that level, prior resistance, turn support. That's what the fight's going to be over. So if you're taking the short, your initial target, especially if you're scalping, okay, is into this territory. All right. Down go the IWs, down go the Dow, down goes the Qs. Keep in mind that 4-hour candle is still inside. That hourly candle, right? We are directional on that hourly candle. We just have this massive, when the job is this massive candles inefficiency, right? If we break back below 682.88, that means there's some merit behind that view out projection. And this could send us dropping all the way back to 681.74, so on and so forth. So the next great fight is going to be right here. Next great fight is going to be in this territory. So if I were looking to go long, I got some sort of price action combination there, right? I would go long, and validation market would be that continued selling. If I was looking to establish some downside push, right? If I'm not in a position already, I want to see if I can get below 682.88. Get back below it. All right, we were just shy of grabbing these highs. You can see. Shift high, shift low grabs, okay? And don't take that view out projection. Okay, starting to go here. Pivotal point here. VIX is starting to wake up as well. That 15-minute is about to go 2 up, 2 down as well. No shooter, just a click clean 2 up, 2 down. Took the view out projection. Beautiful job, Boomer. Okay, is that those EMAs? You can target those EMAs initially. Again, do what you need to do. If you can hold below the top of that first box, 632.88, that's going to be critical. 682, not 632, 682.88 is going to be critical. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. We're locked and loaded to do another giveaway. We're closing in on 3,030 subs, so make sure to sub. Make sure to subscribe. We just hit 3K, I think on Friday or Thursday. So that's a huge milestone for us. Every subscriber counts. If you're just jumping on board, well, welcome to the journey. All right, you're still in early. We're still a small channel, guys. Okay, moment of truth. That view up rejection was a beauty. Great job, Boomer. So you can see there's two VWAPs, right? So depending on which VWAP you're paying attention to, right? That's why I say there's two VWAPs, VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. So VWAP 1 didn't even come into it. VWAP 2 already rejected off of it. And this is synchronized between three. Between IW, between the Qs came close to VWAP, not exactly. Hey, bro. How's it going? SO21. SO21 on YouTube. All right, moment of truth here. That means we do have enough fuel to start the break here. You want that hold back below 682.88. Get that hold. And then when this was just a massive push back the upside. Okay, to rule out that the chance of a bounce needs to get below that 50% retrace. So you can target 50% retrace. If it starts to fall, continue to fall below 50% retrace, then it can start to gravitate back towards 681.74, 681.08, and all the way back to downside. So this is the first line of defense for the bulls here. Do the bulls want to come step up here and take it back up? Because this is a nice little test of this critical level. There's no bulls here. Okay, the slide continues. But you can see the difference in an entry up here and an entry down here for the puts. This is a target. Right? So you have to ask yourself, are you entering puts at targets or are you entering puts at entry points? And which is more comfortable? Right? If you're entering those puts at the targets, you want to see a break below that level, hold below that level, a little more confirmation. Okay, because that's the areas where we can see that continue push back up. If this goes 2 down, 2 up, hammer, if the hammer forms, if that can hold for the next 2 minutes and some change. We did go 2 down, 2 1 2 on the 1. Okay, you can see. Look at that. That's a nice scalp. Okay. If you took that, again, where is the target? The target is here. You got to respect the target. Okay, if you're not taking those profits with the majority, you give it back. Because the bulls are going to start to reload here. They allow the sell-off. They need to engineer a little more liquidity. Come back into this territory. They step back in. Now do they have enough fuel to drive it back into these highs? Right? Do they have enough fuel to drive it back into those highs? If this goes shooter, falls back below 683.06, this goes shooter, and this chart has a massive wick, that's an indictment of how much selling pressure is up here. Okay, so you can exist on either end of the spectrum. Stop down small green, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What do you look for next? It depends if you're done for the day. If you're done for the day, be done. What do you look for next? I would say that drop on VWAP, that aligns your strategy. That was nice. Into this target there. It just depends on what you're looking to trade. So hopefully you guys are seeing how these reactions. Machine gun, I can see that. Machine gun pivot. So for those of you who don't know what machine gun pivot is, let's go explain that real quick. It's when you have a lot of these small levels, right? Right. Price moves gradually, and then it comes to a certain area, and then all of a sudden, you just go boom. You just take out all those pivots. Because traditionally you'll take it pivot by pivot, but you just get this massive push that just knocks out all the pivots. So that's why it's like a machine gun a pivot, right? They just empty the entire clip. Just boom, 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 boom. Before you know it, it pushes the upside. That's why it's so dangerous chasing at the lower lows. Right? You're going to have to wait for at least that bounce. And then let that bounce clear. Again, separation from here is going to be critical. Separation. Could be on the 5. The 5 still didn't reverse yet. The 5 is still inside. So as long as the 5 holds that 50% retrace, 680, 288. All right. Keep in mind, the first time frame that's going to show you some signs of reversal or early signs is the 1. Then is the 5. Then is the 15. So if you want to have the early seat in the house, earliest seat in the house is going to be the 1. All right. But sometimes when you're too early, there's not enough validation markers to support your trade idea. So it just depends, right? That's the discretionary part of trading. That is the discretionary part. So that 5-minute candle is still inside. That 15-minute candle sees some pressure. Hourly still directional, still holding enforcement above 682.47. VIX stable here. So do we get that same occurrence, or do we get a slice and dice right through this level? Okay, do we get a nice little double bottom bounce, or this was just a nice dead cat bounce, and then we slice through this, shake out some of those shorts here, and then start to drop? We shall see. Okay, let's get 90 likes, guys. We're at 81, 82 likes. Let's get 90. We had over 700 people stop by, so we can easily get there. 80 likes, that's a little north of 10% of the people that do stop by. We have been extending the streams past few days to try to provide as much value as possible. But again, if the streams are extended strikers, it doesn't mean you need to continue to trade. Once you're done, log out of your brokerage account, sit back, participate in the Q&A, enjoy the commentary, bring up questions, tickers, whatever it is. All right? Okay. So now we're below it. Now we start to sell off here. Now you can see if it holds below this territory. So this was just a dead cat bounce. So even this dead cat bounce is scalpable. But if you're looking to go short, you want to welcome that dead cat bounce. You want to welcome that dead cat bounce. Let that dead cat bounce break down, and then see if you get that nice push. So you see the difference between the two? And again, guys, doing this price study in real time was always better, in my opinion, than any kind of back testing. Forward testing, doing price study, and watching it is always, always better because you're working with real-time data. Real-time data. We're back below POC, 692.65. So did the bull just waste an entire hour building up? That last line of defense, of course, is that 50. 50. Be right back, absolutely. And you don't take that breakdown below 682.88. 682.88 was there for the taking. We're at the 50-50 right there. So let's see if the bulls start to respond. Everything's selling off. So it's been pretty synchronized today. So you can see goes to VWAP, rejects off VWAP. IWM rejects off VWAP. That 15 gives you the reads. After a certain time, it's just better just to shift on look at the higher time frame. Intraday higher time frame, I should say. Selling still on the 15. Back below POC. Back below some of those levels. What a sell there. So you can see once that level failed to hold, got that close on the 5. That was the tell. The initial entry, of course, is that rejection, that price action combination rejection. Initial pop to the upside. Bulls failed to hold it, get that close, and now we're below those EMAs. We're below POC. So this is SPY, the Qs, the Dow, and of course IW, all on the 15. We're below the 50-50. See if you can stay below it. No surprise that 50-50 is very close to that POC. If we fall back below 681.74, VIX gets back up above 21 and continues to accelerate, we can start working our way back to the last piece of the push lower. Let's see if we can stay below here. Think of that as the 50-50 territory. Buyer's trying to step in here. Buyers are at least going to have to get a close above 682.24. All right. Not enough buyers there. Still a lot of selling pressure. So you can see. Okay, this was resistance. We rejected. We broke that resistance. Came into it. Initially bounced. Broke back below it. If we fall below here, right, that's a line of defense. to fall below here, we open up this runway into these lows. And of course, these lows, we have a triple bottom. We have a lot of liquidity down here. Even grab of these lows or these lows can present an opportunity back the upside. So this was just a peak above it, only to fall back below it. The only issue is if we come to a standstill between these two areas, and we hang out here for 20, 30, 40 minutes, right? So that you don't want price to get sticky. You want it to come to these levels and make a move. It's a random comment in the chat. Sweet potatoes are great, very nutritious, high fiber, very good for your health. I agree. I'm a big fan of sweet potatoes. Have you guys tried the purple sweet potatoes? The ones that are purple on the outside? They're very, very sweet. I forgot what they're called. They're really good. Not the purple potatoes, but the purple sweet potatoes. Purple on the outside, white on the somewhat of a kind of like a vanilla white on the inside. Not the purple on the inside. No, they're very good. You can find them at your local Trader Joe's. If you have some in your area, or some grocery stores don't have them, but they're very good. Nice rejection there. Okay. $2:00, guys. Officially 2:00. Asian grocery stores. That's also good. Yeah, you can find it there. Those purple ones are so good. And you can eat them as is. You just boil them. Make sure they're soft on the inside and just cut them up into pieces. All right. Delicious. Yeah, they're a little less sweet, but they're not as the regular sweet potatoes. They're a little more like mushy or a little mashy. Regardless, I am in the sweet potato camp. Any kind of sweet potato, any potato, I like it. I approve. Is that what they're called? Japanese sweet potato? Is that what it's called? Not the ones that are purple on the inside. Not the purple yams. Yeah, sweet potatoes can never go wrong. %. Beautiful job, Milton. Just staying patient, staying patient, staying patient. Finally getting that break. Okay, now we're at that level there. See if we can continue push. That was a beautiful break from 682.88, right? 682.88 into 681.74. That's a nice push. And of course, we have that 50-50 as that target, preliminary target. See if we can get below it. Now stay below it. That'd be great. So even though I'm not trading, I'm done for the day. We'll continue to provide that commentary, guys. You can see these opportunities play out. At the current moment. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. 2 o'clock. Let's see how many likes we got, so we can do a giveaway. Make sure to join our community. How many spots left do you have on the trial? So March, there's not going to be as many spots available in March. In February, I did have, I think, yeah, there was, let me refresh. There was 15 spots, 20 spots available in February. There's about 6 spots left for the trial, if you want to take advantage of the trial. All right, give our community a spin. In March, there's not going to be as many spots available. All right, we're really trying to hone in on the community, cultivate that community. We're not looking for exponential growth. I'm looking for sustained growth, maintain a high quality community. Okay. And our members, they find their spots and they pick their spots and they win more than they lose. That was beautiful, Milton. I think you did. That's the second big trade you caught today. Put stopped out. Good stop out there. Caught it again. 110. So that's a massive combined between 2 trades, about 200%. 15-minute fair value gap. Let's zoom out to the 15 real quick. I can see that as well. That. Okay, right there. Yep. The FVG. Inefficiency right there. That's when you're talking about structure. So we got this low. We got a low here. This low is higher than this low. We got a high here. This high is higher than this high. If you're new, guys, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Continue to tune in. Continue to enjoy the content. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. One of the ones who've been watching for 3 to 5 episodes, right? By then, you have a good idea if you want to be part of our team, part of our community. Okay, so make sure to subscribe for the ones who are new. For the ones who are new, subscribe. NVIDIA earnings. I will be hosting NVIDIA earnings on a Wednesday. All right, so NVIDIA earnings. We might have to do a marathon stream there on Wednesday. All right, so NVIDIA earnings will be on Wednesday. We're going to go straight through. So we're going to start the stream at 9:30. Of course, we're going to take breaks where we need to. We're going to continue the stream, and we're going to send the stream all the way into NVIDIA's earnings. That should start at around 5:30 possibly, right? And then we'll stream that, or maybe I'll just do a separate stream. All right, we'll see. But we will have that coverage. It's paramount for us to pay attention to that. Okay, so outside of that, earnings season, wrapping up earnings season. You can see our members. If we can hold that POC, we have a potential flag brewing once again. All right, so the last, watching to see if these lows hold. Beautiful job. Took that rejection from VWAP. 115% for Boomer. 80% for Milton. All right. Just looking for their setups. Knowing what to look for. Getting that rejection. 115% is all the way here. All the way in this territory. The 80% trade was this breakdown here. So what we're seeing is the first one is always the fake. It's fake, and then you get that drop, dead cat bounce, continue slide. So same scenario here. So if you get that initial fake, get a dead cat bounce, and see if it continues to slide. But the thing is, the variables have to be the same. So if you want something to repeat, it just can't repeat in a vacuum. The VIX needs to be doing relatively the same thing. The indexes need to be doing relatively the same thing. Now we're getting that hourly reversal as well. Look at this hourly candle, guys. We dipped into this massive inefficiency there. We're starting to slide here. And see if we go 2 up, 2 down. Okay, after rejecting off the 50% retrace of the weekly. Anyone else catch that last sequence to the downside? What platform? Weeble. This is Weeble. This is Weeble. I'm learning here too. New stuff. Absolutely. If you're new, all I ask is subscribe, share. Let's get to 100 likes. All right, that might be our new standard, guys. 100 likes might be the new standard. You guys are showing up, liking the content. So again, smash the like button. We're 11 likes away. If we can get 100 likes, we will do another course giveaway. I believe our record is 110, 113. All right, we're your go-to channel. Live Trading Spy, scalping, comprehensive market coverage. We didn't do tickers yet, so if you have any tickers, let me know. It won't let me like it anymore. So the main thing is if you already liked it, if you like it again, it's going to take that like away. So if you already liked it, you did your part. POC 682.24. Big shout out to Milton and Boomer. So Boomer, this is your first week in the community, first week or second week in the community. Let us know when you're finding good success right away, finding your footing right away. So great job. Second week, good. Keep a close eye on that 15. Okay, that 15. I'll just kind of zoom out just for a second here. Do we get a legitimate response off those lows? Right. The area I like to exist is not in the middle. You guys know I like to be on the edges. But can we catch a nice little bit off that daily downside breaker? Just get that nice little push and efficiency there. All right, if we can hold below 681.74, sellers take that over, opens up the runway to these very lows. Was really frustrated this morning, stayed barely green, but missed the elevator down. Glad the afternoon paid off 100%. So tremendous job on staying calm under pressure. Okay. See if I continue push. So what do we think here? Chat, what do we think? Folks in the chat on YouTube. Break lower, continue to sell off, or is this a point where the bulls decide to say, hey, you know what, let's buy this thing back up? Break down or bounce? Break down or bounce? You don't have to have a horse in the race to answer that question. Keep in mind, it's late midday. We're about 45 minutes away from power hour. $45 minutes away from power hour. 100 likes is the goal. If we get 100 likes, we'll send this to power hour 3:30. I've been done for quite some time. Right. Sometimes when I get overly frustrated from my trading, I'm not executing as well. Right. I just shut it down. Right. The market can be moving nicely, but because just to avoid any catastrophic decision making, so I just shut it down, step back, and allow for the next day to come. That's typically my protocol. So we got chop, we got to vote for chop, we got bounce, we got to bounce. Bounce. So the price action today has been very tricky, very tricky. But the moves were clean. So if you're just joining, the last trade we did take nice appreciation there. Right? Less size further dated contracts, but they did see 28%. A lot of people will say that what they'll say is, hey, you know what? I told you get the puts here, and look where we are now. So unfortunately, we don't play that game. I'm a trader, so of course the opportunity played out to a T. That was the game plan, right? We do have something to show for it, but that second attempt, right? Rushed entry, not the best setup, and sometimes when you do that, you kind of miss your spot and don't have a second entry point, right? So this is one thing that can improve. The reason why I don't like this last trade here, when you rewind and go back to that juncture between 1043 and basically 1052. All right. Didn't like the way I managed that how I decided to engage that second trade because it was outside of my entry model. Right? But from a directional standpoint, right, we're thinking the right thing. And a lot of you, right, did a tremendous job managing here. So if it's going to move, it's going to move. But it looks deceiving after the fact. But in real time, those candles, there was contention. So you had to sit through a little back and forth. And of course, the cues as well. All right, so go back and watch. And tomorrow, we'll look to bounce back, take advantage of the best opportunities, and continue the momentum. Another 68.40 week. So we're sitting right at that level. So some of you say bounce, some of you say chop. If you're done, 90%, looks like 90% of the chat. Yeah, so I'm the only one red in the chat so far from the ones who did vote. So I almost hit that 100% green for the performance for the team. So same thing. If you hit a point where, hey, you know what, you're taking some trades, you're not liking the way you're managing that position, your positions, either size down or shut it down. Okay, size down or shut it down. You can always come back the next day. You don't want to dig yourself a massive, massive hole by continuing to force things. That's very, very important to have those things in place. Okay, how many likes away? We're 8 likes away. Let's get 8 likes in the next 10 minutes before 2:30. We'll be good to go. New merch, size down or shut it down. I like that. I'll probably make that as well. There's a couple of catchphrases I have to work. Put the merch on, size down or shut it down. Because the whole objective is we're playing the weekly game. Of course, our objective is the week. All right, our objective is the week. That's what we're fighting for. But we can't trade the week in one day. We're trading the day piece by piece. Eventually, we're trading the day with shifts. Eventually, the performance from the shifts trickles into the day, and the performance of multiple days trickles into the week. Performance from the week trickles into the month. All right, that's how you want to approach it, rather than trying to say, "Hey, I want to be green this entire month." All right, you have to break it down to the small, tiny little goals, and take it from there. Just small, tiny. That's why the shift-to-shift framework is so important, and that's why it's in place. If we break below 681.74, the hourly selling continues. It did trigger those lows, so you can see whenever the hourly triggers, right, from a strat perspective, right, on the lower time frames, you're going to get a lot of back and forth, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So if you're going to play the hourly, you probably need to think of a longer time horizon. Okay, maybe if you're playing the hourly, you probably have to hold for 30 minutes. Around a 30-minute hold time, maybe an hour hold time. So in that case, you're probably thinking, hey, further dated contracts. Because you're giving it a little bit of time to cook. Right? And understanding that is so important, because you can be right, but you can be wrong on the time horizon. And you need to adjust your risk to that as well, because this hourly candle, for instance, right, you can see how massive this hourly candle is. So where's your risk going to be? Okay, we're starting to break down here. See, this is the thing. This is the annoying thing. And keep in mind, it is basically 38 minutes away from power hour. Okay, so things can start to get a little dicey. Now, make sure to subscribe, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We will talk about the boot camp. We talked about the boot camp earlier. Make sure to sign up for the boot camp. I look forward to working with this class. I believe this is our fourth or fifth boot camp so far. Chop, chop, chop. So already hit target. Do we have enough to continue to push lower? This is all fueled by that rejection out VWAP and then a collapse back below 682.88. As we collapse below these levels, we have this support down here, of course. And of course, we have some liquidity down here as well. The boot camp is 4 to 5 hours. All right, it's live. It's 4 to 5 hours. We go over everything. Getting started day trading. We go over the fundamentals of day trading. We go over the best tools, resources, platforms. We go over the best approach. We go over the technicals. We spend about 2 hours on the technicals. We go over the psychology. We go over reversal patterns. I share with you 3 of my high probability setups you can take with you, back test, and learn to trade. We have Q&A sessions in between. We go over the psychology. We go over back testing, forward testing. We go over everything you can imagine, all jam-packed into one session. So you're basically, instead of taking this long course, right, you're getting that jam-packed session. You're basically drinking from a fire hose, learning learning very fast, right? You get access to the recording, you get access to the slides, right? But this is great for people that don't have the time, right? Say if you don't have the time to spend 2 weeks taking a course, you work full time, but you can carve out 4 to 5 hours on a Saturday and watch the boot camp live. If you can't attend the whole thing, you can attend it partially. You have a copy of the boot camp, the video copy. You have access to the slides, and you can really take it on your own, watch it over, go over the slides, and really let the information sit and digest the information. All right, so there's no shortcuts with the information, so I can't fit all this information into 1 hour. I would love to. That's less work for me. But these are things you need to understand before you even start clicking any buttons. So it's going to take us anywhere from 4, I would say on the low end 4 hours to 5.5 hours, 6 hours. And it depends on the questions you guys bring up as well. Yeah, it's one day, Saturday, right? You can rewatch it as many times as you want. You have the slides. You have access to my ebook. You have access to a previous course, Chakra 15 course. So you have access to all that stuff. Okay. If you want previous recordings of the boot camps, I can also share that with you as well. And it's for everybody. It's for everybody. For the ones who've been trading more advanced traders, of course, there can be some things that can help you fill in the gaps, but especially for people who are looking to start trading, who are on the beginning of their journey, I would say this is a prerequisite. All right, this is a prerequisite before you click any buttons. Okay. There's a lot of material out there. You're going to have to put the material together. You're going to have to piece it together. You're going to have to spend hours and hours and hours watching videos from different type of traders, different styles of trading, different ways of delivering the information. Right? So it's going to take you a lot of months, weeks, if not years, to put the pieces together. So this basically just fast tracks that. All right? This is the fundamental stuff. So we're not going to cover all the advanced stuff. We have some more boot camps coming up to cover those things. But before we can get to the advanced stuff, we need to make sure you have a solid understanding of the fundamentals. All right? One of the greatest players in NBA history that no one talks about, in my opinion, is Tim Duncan. All right? Mr. Fundamental. You can put up his stats along with anyone else. Right? He had the most fundamental, nothing flashy, nothing glamorous. Right? I think 4 or 5 championships. Multiple, maybe one or two MVPs, multiple all-star appearances. Sticking to the fundamentals. Mastering the fundamentals. Right? That's one of my favorite stories, or one of my favorite use cases. You don't need to have all the flash and athleticism. You don't need to catch these trades for massive gains. It's nice to. Okay, you don't need to do a 360 dunk in every game. At the end of the day, 360 dunk is still 2 points. Whether it's a layup or it's a 360 dunk, still 2 points. So, but you have to get those 2 points in the most efficient manner possible. And the way you do that is by having a strong understanding of the fundamentals and eventually mastering the fundamentals. All right, that's all available in the chat. That's all available on our site. I'll drop that link once again. We continue to drop here. Okay, if you go to bootcamp here. So for the first 5 spots, okay, use the code early. There we go. Based on your experience, what scenario can happen? Depends where we are going into power hour. If we're near the very lows of the day, maybe we get a nice grab of those lows, drive a little higher. Anything can happen, but it's just I'll lean toward maybe grabbing these lows, starting to push a little bit higher, possibly. We can also come into these lows, slice and dice right through them, continue to sell off. The expected move for the day, we hit the highs, the boundaries. Okay, we hit the high, which is that 689.76. Expected downside move is 681.68. All right. So we're basically at the very bottom of the expected move. Anytime we get below it, we gravitate back within that range. So for us, if we start to trade beyond 681.08, that means we're going beyond the expected move. Okay. If you're interested, the expected weekly move based on last week's action, okay, I'll update that as well, because the options data, that's factoring in. We have about a 15 to 16% IV, so I might have to update that every single day. But so far, that's expected weekly upside downside move. All right, all that stuff is given to you in the pre-market. Okay, so use the code early for the boot camp for the first early bird for the first 5 tickets. If you're interested, that's there. For my alumni, if you did take the boot camp, and if you want to sit in it once again, you can just send me a message in the Discord. I have your emails by default. Maybe I'll send the link out to everyone who I sent out last time, and then we'll take it from there. So if you do purchase a boot camp ticket, if I do that same series again, you have access to it once again. So you don't have to pay again. So the new series coming up, that's going to be a little more advanced. It's not going to be 5 hours. All right. I'll let you know what that topic is going to be next week. All right. And I would highly advise, before taking that one, taking this one. So 47% of the chat still thinks we're going to be bearish for the week. We'll see. The theta factor scares me, so the time horizon can change 100%. So the theta does, if you're scalping, right, the theta does have a factor in those contracts, but it doesn't have that much of a factor. The theta, you really want to start factoring in the theta if you're looking to take those trades with longer hold times and there's 0 DTEs. Right, so those are the ones that have the most. It starts to chew up on, right? Longer hold time trades, further out the money contracts, 0 DTEs. Those are the ones where the theta chews up. If it doesn't go in your favor, even if it's going in your favor, but it's not getting to that strike, it's not working its way. That strike is not working its way in the money, or it's not moving in a timely fashion, it still can start to eat those contracts up. Okay. Okay, 8 likes, guys. 8 likes away from 100. We'll do the boot camp giveaway. We already gave up 1 boot camp seat. All right. So the individual who did win, they did send me a message already. They claimed their prize. So 100 likes, we will do another one. Okay, we will do another one. Especially on big news, 100%. Big news, tariffs, Friday's trade, crazy trade on Friday. Friday's episode is on YouTube. Go back and watch Friday's episode to see that massive news. A lot of our traders caught that trade. That was one of our ideas. I was able to take that trade as well and close that trade just before that massive spike. So Novo Nordisk share sync. Let's take a look at Novo. Right, the having issues with their drug. Let's take a listen as well.
With the large cap pharma companies like an AstraZeneca, like a Merck, J&J, or have big leadership there. Biotech as a category still has so many different therapies.
What a gap down on Nova. Okay, $3 gap down. If we say 20, if we round up to that price being at $20, we're at 16. 10% would be 20%. Okay, close to 20%. Between the 25 to 27% drop on Novo. Now that's a news catalyst. Obesity drug wars. Anyone still holding some runners from that view out projection? That took place about 135-ish, 140-ish. It's two. So now just imagine that whole time, right? From here to all the way there. That's close to an hour. Close to an hour. VIX continues to go, hourly still directional. So once we gave up this 50-50, that was the tell, right? Our inability to hold that 50-50. We break below this. You take it piece by piece. Of course, once we broke below 682.86, next thing is, can we hold below that 50-50? No buyer step in. Next thing is, can we get back below 681.74? We do that. Now we go beyond the expected move to the downside. As we're approaching those levels, we do have a couple of areas of interest. Okay, we have first shift lows, the very lows of the day down here. We have third shift lows down here. All right, so the scenario here is, of course, grab those lows. Let me straighten that line out. 38. And we have prior weeks open all the way here. I usually don't keep prior weeks open on the chart, but it's there, so we'll see what does take place. So in this case, the breakdown trade played out nicely, but look how much back and forth there was to get the job done. As far as the 5 is concerned, 2-1-2 continuation to the downside. Let's just zoom out for a second here now. Zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out. Okay. So the 3 areas of interest, of course, is here, here, here. So this one, we peaked above it, trapped the longs, we fall back below that level, targeting this territory here. No buyer step in, not enough to push it back the upside. We fall back below it, continue to sell off. Okay, and now if we just extend this at trend line support, we're kind of sitting right at that trend line support. And we have some trend line resistance here. So we have a lot of liquidity in this territory here. I would be surprised. All right. The grab is, of course, we dip into this territory, sweep those lows, fuel back up, start to work back in. But I'll be surprised if we sweep those lows, no buyer step in, or we slice and dice with that territory and continue to sell off. If we do that, that's a major sell off, because now from high to low, that's more than $10. From high to low, that's more than $10. From high to low, that's more than $10. So that support lines up. That hourly still directional. The hourly target is these lows down there, 680.60. So it hasn't hit target yet. That 15-minute continues to sell off here. Continuation on the 15. 212 continuation on the SPY here as well. On the 5, trading below POC, daily downside breaker. Okay, especially being in the news, absolutely. Wow, another SPY trading channel, nice. Yep, this could be your go-to channel, guys. Our objective is to plant our flag in that corner on YouTube when it comes to SPY trading and training. Not only is this live trading, there's also training. That's the difference. All right. Training, education, that's the difference. Objective is to be the #1 channel by providing value, by providing education, and by providing everyday traders a long, consistent profitability through education. So we're a few likes away from hitting 100. Once we hit 100, we will do the giveaway. 6 likes away. We'll give it until 3 o'clock. If we hit 100, we'll extend it to power. We'll extend it through power hour as well. If you're just joining us, we walk through a lot of these setups to the downside. That breakdown, that bounce, this rejection up there off that view up 1. Again, if you're a first-time viewer, hit the like button and subscribe. Wells Fargo upgrades Alphabet. Hourly selling off, 15 selling off, 5 selling off. VIX pushing. We're coming into the support territory. So interesting to see how we interact with that area. So keep a close eye on 680.38, 680.62. 680.38, 680.62. Difference between SPY and QQQ options trading. So SPY is the benchmark ETF for the entire market, right? QQQ is not the benchmark. The QQQ is a benchmark ETF for mega cap stocks. That's the difference. But both of them do move nicely. There's a lot of liquidity amongst both of them. They're very tradable, very great tools to use, right? So that's the difference. Right, they do have the top 10 does look very similar. The only difference is the distribution in the percentage of the allocation of the ETF. So the Qs are very tech heavy. SPY's relatively tech heavy as well, but it has more of an even distribution with some of the other sectors. That hourly reversal is beautiful. It's about to hit target there. Target will be those down here, 680.60. So see if we sweep any of these lows. So we did take a trade on QQQ today, right? So we do trade individual names when they call for it. QQQ trade just got shaken out, but those contracts did go 100+%. More than 100+%. The hourly target has been hit. So that's the difference between the Qs and SPY. So see if we get any liquidity grabs here. We're starting to bounce off those lows. That's support territory, right? For this to continue to go short below here, need that clean close below those lows. Right, but we can see a nice support bounce here. If we just zoom out here, let's just bring it back in. So just so you know where we are. So whether we like it or not, this is support. Right? We have prior history of buyers stepping up aggressively in that territory. Okay, they step in after major sell-off, step in. Okay, we dump, they step in. We dump, they step in. So until proven otherwise, this can be a nice push out those lows. But just because it's there, it doesn't mean just you take it to the upside. You need additional layers of confirmation in that area. Something known as a entry model. If we do get that bounce, that can potentially lead us back into these highs up here. If we completely collapse, we close below these lows, right, things can get very interesting. Because now, guys, look at this. Right now, from top to bottom, that sell-off is more than $10. $9 some change. Okay, close to $10. So we can get in the bounce in this territory. Even if it was a dead cat bounce, at that, grab those lows. Look at that bounce. Right off of that 680.60 once that target was hit. Question now becomes, do we have enough room to get back above 681.08 and start climbing back the upside, piece by piece? The value area lows right there as well. Nice. Thanks for the update, Randy. So if you use volume profile, you know the value area low, POC, value area high. Those are all levels that the volume profile gives you. 3 likes away, guys. 3 likes away from 100. We'll do the giveaway. For those names that are still on the list, of course, you're eligible. All you have to do is put your name in the chat. The giveaway is for a boot camp ticket. All I ask is we get 100 likes before 3 o'clock. So there we go. We're coming to these lows. We grab those lows. We're about to go 2 down, 2 up on the 5. It's a textbook setup there. Okay, it looks like the 5 is showing some signs. Can it hold above that? Question is, can the 5 hold or maintain enforcement above that candle's high? That's question number 1. What does that translate to from a level standpoint? Can it hold above 681.08? All right, this expected move. If it can hold above that, continue to push, we'll get close to holding enforcement. There's 5-minute candles, a minute left. Okay, I see you, Sudha. I'll add you right here, Sudha. I believe you're on the you're in the community as well, so you're eligible. Okay, there we go. So you see that bounce off support? There you go. Exact level, the rationale. That's a beautiful bounce. Anyone take that? If you're still trading, that's something you want to look for. Done for the day. Outspy 35%, 33%. Beautiful job, Lynn. So let it sell off. Come into that territory. Grab those lows. If you know, those shift low grabs are always good for it. Always good there. Okay, 3 likes away, guys. 3 likes away. 10 minutes left to get that 100 likes. And for the folks on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're currently in a community And put a 2 in the chat if you're a lone wolf. All right. If you belong to like a Discord community or a school community or a Telegram, whatever, anything along those lines, put a 1 in the chat. And put a 2 in the chat if you're a lone wolf. Lone wolf means you just, right? You hunt on your own. Randy, I think I got Randy in there. Okay, no Randy. Okay, put the 1s and the 2s. So 1 if you're part of a community. And 2 if you're a lone wolf. All right, 2 likes away. Nice bounce off that area here. All right. So that's support. Let's go back. Just zoom out just for a quick second here. Okay. All right. Like we're saying, this is support. That's when we can see those buyers start stepping in. Does this support need to lead to an explosive push all the way back in this territory? No. Just piece by piece. First order of business, this support back to that 9 EMA. All right. Because there's so much pressure. And if you can hold that 9 EMA into that daily downside breaker, that's how you're going to approach it. So every bounce or every reversal, unless you're playing the reversal for the larger move, in that case, your risk has to be adjusted. Okay, if this is just a regular trade, if you're looking for a bounce, target the next EMA initially. That gives you a nice little runway. And if it continues to show buyers stepping in, if you're early, you have a good position, then you can just let those runners continue to run. So we got 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. All right, continue to let us know if you're part of a community, Telegram, Discord. It doesn't matter what kind of community. There's some collection of traders bouncing ideas and information off one another. Or if you're a lone wolf, someone who just trades on their own, doesn't have that community involvement or affiliation. All right, let's continue to watch here, continue to answer that question. Let's get 100 likes. I'm going to take a quick break. On the other side, we will discuss the point I'm trying to make off that last question. We'll do the giveaway. We hit 100 likes by 3 o'clock. We'll take this thing into Power Hour. All right. In the meantime, let's take a listen to CNBC, and we'll be right back.
You can confidently venture into the exciting unknown. Because nothing today thrives without trust, stability, and safety to make your next bold move. Was that bold enough? Good.
We used Angie and found a pro who was so invested in installing our picture window, he looked after it like it was his own.
So when we needed to pick someone to look after our own, we knew who to trust.
Sign here. It's a will.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Hair thinning is not inevitable. Nutrafol Men takes a whole-body approach targeting root causes of hair thinning from within. We're giving men the support they need so they can focus on the things that matter most. Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men.
Don't miss a members-only event.
Get invested. Join the club.
I'm a more confident investor because of the monthly meeting.
Join the CNBC Investing Club to access Jim's monthly meeting. Go to cnbc.com/monthly meeting. Terms and restrictions apply.
I started Kitsch with one goal, rethinking how we care for our hair. Our rice water shampoo and conditioner bars are packed with proteins, vitamins, and amino acids which support healthy hair growth. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
At Burger King, you're the celebrity. We're just your entourage. And this time, you asked us to hit the sweet spot. The Maple Bourbon Barbecue Whopper is back. It's saucy, crunchy, smoky, and all imagined by you. Try the latest in the Whopper by You series today.
Masking your body odor with this scent.
is like fixing a rattling engine by turning up the music. It's just masking your problem. Don't mask it. Mando it.
I like winning on the field, but it's even more fun winning on Deal Dash.
Lori won $2,000 Tiffany earrings for just $1, and Joseph won an iPad for just $6. There's millions of fast auctions, so try today at DealDash.com for $50 of free credit and your first win guaranteed.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
Silver is at an all-time high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With a new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Tomorrow brings change and new opportunities worth exploring. Every step forward reveals a new path, new challenges to navigate, and new possibilities to pursue. The journey doesn't stop here, and neither should your portfolio. At Global X, we offer products for the journey ahead. Is your portfolio ready for what comes next?
This is Mia. She's got big plans for her business to make a splash. And she needs the right partner to make it happen. U.S. Bank Business Banking gives her everything to run and grow her business her way. That's the power of Mia. And this is the power of us.
When it comes to AI, there's something big happening. The smallest things are creating giant revolutions. At Worldwide Technology, we're at the forefront of AI. With our one-of-a-kind AI proving ground, cyber range, and full-stack approach, you can build, test, protect, and implement AI solutions that deliver for you and your customers in a big way. Worldwide Technology. Together, let's make a new world happen.
In a world where people may miss a warning signal from their body, one woman.
Hello?
Okay, two women are spreading the word.
People with high blood pressure or type 2 diabetes.
Like my mom and you, Chica.
Our kidneys could be sending out an SOS.
About increased risk like heart attack or stroke.
Don't miss the signal. Ask your doctor about a simple urine test called UACR and join our mission.
I just got my permit!
What do you do when everything is moving faster than ever? When every turn presents a challenge? You don't guess. You don't hope. You trust. You trust the foundation, the data, the team behind you. Because in a world that's always turning, trust is the traction that allows us to lead.
All right, it's all not NVIDIA these days. Another key tech companies reporting those results this week. Salesforce hitting a 52-week low today, down 40% over the course of the last year. Sarat Sethi, I want to turn to you because you own CRM. Are you still gonna own it?
I do own it. I own Workday as well. Look, with the winners come some of the losers, and I'm hoping this is just a short-term or medium-term blip. Salesforce is now trading down at 10 times earnings. They've got a great install base. They're using agentic. We're going to see what they have to say on the call. Whether they're losing business. They said on their last call that they were going to grow 8 to 10% at 10 times free cash flow. It's probably the lowest it's been in a decade. So the question is going to be, are they getting displaced? Are they losing customers? If none of that's true and they're still growing.
All right. Looks like back to downside we go. Nice initial response off those lows. Waves are still waving to the downside. Goes into the 9 EMA. Nice aggressive rejection there. We're 1 minute away from, less than 1 minute away, 2 seconds away from power hour. 2 seconds away from power hour. Let's do the next giveaway. 100 likes, guys. We're at 97 likes so far. I'll refresh here in just a second. 100 likes will do the giveaway for the boot camp. So the question before I left was, are you a lone wolf? 1 in the chat, part of a community, 2 in the chat. All right, so for the ones who said 1, right, who are in a community, again, if you're finding your community, you're finding your stride, you're getting access to those resources, that's great. Continue to be in your community. Make sure you're learning. Make sure you have the support around you that's needed for you to excel. And for the ones who are lone wolves, right? For the ones who are experienced, who've been navigating, who've been lone wolves for a while, I'll say there's 2 camps of lone wolves. There's one that's had a bad experience with communities before, maybe got promised or sold something and it wasn't delivered. And there's another pack of lone wolves, another cohort that's just independent. So before, of course, I started sharing my trades or ideas and having this channel, this live stream, I was in that camp as well, right? I was just, was part of one community before, was there for 2 months or so at the very beginning of my journey, and just preferred to be on my own, right? But the one thing I would say is the kind of community that we're building, that I'm building, is of course for beginners, but especially for those lone wolves. Those lone wolves, the ones that kind of are out there on their own, right? There's a lot of traders on our community that are more than capable of trading on their own, but they decide to come in to share ideas, to exchange ideas, to have that supportive community, to have that learning environment, right? So you might benefit from being in that kind of environment, right? There is no, take this trade above this level. There's no alerts. There's no signals. It's just pure trading resources and a bunch of traders coming together looking to take advantage of opportunities. All right. So regardless what camp you're in, whether you're in a community, not in a community, we all have the same objective, right? It's to extract profits out of these markets. Okay. If we're at 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. It is power hour. Be careful out there. Be careful out there. Right. So enjoy the stream. In the meantime, enjoy the stream, guys. It's absolutely free. All I ask is you to like, subscribe, help this get in front of more traders. And you guys have been doing a tremendous job. And just by you guys liking, we're already getting close to 700, 800 people joining us every day, right? So soon it'll be 1,000, 1,500. But as far as the way we conduct the show, as far as the way we conduct our affairs, nothing changes. It can be 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. Things remain the same. We look for our setups. We allocate risk. We predefine risk. Plays in our favor. Great. If it doesn't, we manage risk. All right. So we've been doing this for a long, long time. So if you're a first-time viewer, continue to enjoy the content. And the ones who've been hurt before, okay, don't let that linger. All right. I've heard lots of horror stories of people being in discords. I've had the privilege to work with a lot of people, especially in 26, with coaching calls, and I've heard my share of stories of people losing a lot of money, right? That's why I say the things that we do is not signals, guys, but it's to train you and to teach you how to spot opportunities. And of course, the ideas or trades that I'll be taking, by no means do you have to take it. Trading comes with considerable risk. If you've been trading for some time, you know that it takes more than signals. If you're new, maybe you're gravitating towards signals, right? But I'm going to save you a lot of money, I'll save you a lot of time, and tell you that it's going to take more than signals. Because even the way you interpret the signal matters. The way you interpret the level matters. The risk management protocols you have around that level matters. The amount of risk you're allocating matters. All right, so we're officially in power hour. First 5 minutes, we're seeing a nice back and forth. We did grab these lows. Are these lows enough of a liquidity grab for us to continue to push above 681.74? That's the next major level up ahead. Giveaway. Let's see how many likes we got. Let me refresh. We got 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We're right at 99. Okay. We're at 99. 682 would be a target area. Back the upside. Baker. And for everyone on YouTube, what are your top 3 favorite tickers to trade? Your top 3 favorite tickers to trade. Of course, we love trading SPY. Most of you trade SPY, but outside of SPY, okay, if you can only trade 3 tickers, including SPY, what is your go-to? What are your go-to tickers? Or is it just SPY, SPY, SPY? Right? Is it just SPY, SPY, SPY? All right, power hours here. Okay, so let's see if we start working our way back. So now we went to the expected move to the downside for the 3rd time. All right, 3rd time. We got back above it. Do we repeat? Continue to push the upside. SPY, NVIDIA, Apple, QQQ. Okay, we got SPY. And if it's deleting your message because it's all caps, it's the bot. I do see it. Mr. Fan. Randy, SPY, NVIDIA, Apple. Apple had a nice setup today. Matter of fact, let me pull up that our other chart here. Walmart was the one trade that I was paying attention to. Right, I said pay attention to this morning. And it went. I believe one of our team members caught Walmart. SPY, AMD, QQQ, AMD, okay. Apple did have a nice setup as well. Apple was a name to on watch this morning as well. Not AMD, Apple. Apple broke nicely, okay. Above those prior day highs. Nice retest. Let me zoom out just for a second and go to our other chart here for a second just to show you what we were liking on Apple. Look at that candle on SPY, guys. That looks like a full body close, no wick. So let's see in the last 42 minutes. Let's see if we can get that, if we can get a wick on that candle. Because look at that selling, guys. This looks like a nice little dead cat bounce into the jaws of this inefficiency. And we basically evaporated the gains that we saw on Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, and we're back to Tuesdays, basically Tuesdays open. Tuesdays open, it was a short week last week, is basically that weekly open, last week's weekly open. All right, so a significant push back to downside. The names this morning, WMT. Why do we like WMT? Textbook reversal, right? Nice bounce, sold off, aggressive sell-off, 2 down, 2 up, off of a key zone. Apple as well. Apple as well, that was on watch. These names were on watch. MU was on watch. Amazon was on watch. Snapchat on watch. Snapchat will be on watch today as well. Didn't trigger. Walmart, of course. UPS still inside. Setting up for tomorrow. Netflix took out those lows. Continues to push. Tesla. Beautiful 2-1-2 on Tesla. That played out beautifully as well. So all this is sent out or discussed in the pre-market. Those are the primary names. SoFi violated those lows, continues to push lower. So the entry trigger for SoFi was a break above those highs. So it didn't break above those highs, more selling pressure, nothing there. So it's like, can we get another hammer and a break? And it continued to drop into those lows. As far as bird's eye view is concerned, we can see SoFi took a hit to the downside. JP Morgan Financial taking a hit. XYZ taking a hit. ExxonMobil holding up there. AMD, someone said AMD. Okay, breakdown on AMD. Tesla was nice. Tesla, that 212 on Tesla was gorgeous. Once it broke 405.56, catastrophic collapse. Okay. So we'll see what names end up moving tomorrow. $100 likes, guys. We got 100 likes. We will do the giveaway here. So put your names in the chat. We'll give it until 3:15. Any new entries, okay, any new names that are not on the list currently, we'll do the giveaway there. The giveaway is for the bootcamp. Getting Started Day Trading Live Bootcamp. Okay, Saturday, February 20th, 10 a.m. Eastern. There's all the things we go over. Okay, the link is at smartactiontrade.com, smartactiontrade.com. If you want to purchase your ticket, you can do that. If you win the giveaway, free ticket. Okay. This Getting Started Day Trading Bootcamp is a great way to learn everything you need to know to get started day trading. Have a great rest of your day, Milton. All right, Power Hour. Power Hour is here. Power Hour is here. Tim S, absolutely. Tim S, let me glance. Okay, we got Tom. We don't have Tim. Anyone else want to jump in? Okay, no strings attached for the giveaway. You don't have to jump through 5 hoops. All right. Very straightforward. You join the free tier Discord. No credit card information needed. You send me a DM with the code word SPY. I'll send you, you send me your email as well. Okay. I'll add you to the list for the boot camp. I'll send out the meeting on Saturday. On a Friday before the boot camp, you should have the invite link. Very straightforward. Very straightforward. Let's go back to 5 real quick. Okay, so this was the bounce. The bounce led us into the EMAs. All right. So now let's see if we come back into it one more time. We grab these shifts lows. We got that nice little bounce. Let's see if we want to grab more of these lows. So that daily candle so far, guys, is looking like this. It's looking like a full body bearish candle. So the best thing the bulls can do right now is try to put a little tail on that candle. Right, barring some sort of massive move to the upside. All right, the bears have signed, sealed, and delivered the victory. So the bulls, their best bet is to use this support to put as big of a wick as they can for tomorrow, before the end of the day. If the bears continue to sell this thing, selling pressure is too strong, we got a full body close. Right, that's going to be That just shows us how much weakness there is in the market. All right, so this translates to this. You can see what I'm talking about here. You see this? Right, so that at least if they can try to put a wick on this thing in the next 45 minutes, try to push it back into the 680, 70s, okay, the 680, 682 territory, can put a wick on it off that support. If not, if it's a full body close, we close back, we close below that support, right? Not going to be good. See, they're trying to put a wick here. They're using the support to create that wick, right? We're right at support. It's just a matter of us continuing to pick back up. Jump in. No, I'm not taking any more trades. I'm done for the day. I would like to, but I have those strict rules in place. Any power hour traders? Any power hour traders? If we can, where's VWAP? Lottos to VWAP. Where's VWAP? Those contracts are dirt. Maybe one contract Lotto. Back to VWAP. If we can grab 680.38. We did see that play out, I believe, on Wednesday last week. Bounce off that weekly open. Massive bounce. That happened in the last 15 minutes. So the Bears were in full control, and then the last 15 minutes, we get this massive bounce. But the very next day, we gap down. The very next day, we gap down. Right? We'll do the giveaway in 2 minutes here. Can I jump in? No, you don't need to be a member to jump in the giveaway. It is open to everyone on YouTube. All right. All you need to do is put your name in the chat. All right. Equal opportunity. Okay, as a Hugh fan. 2 more minutes. If you don't see your name in here, and you gotta put it on, put your name in, put it in. Huey, okay, Huey. Beck, we got Beck. Do we get a power hour rally? Got you, Beck. Here we okay, cool. So we do giveaways every day. All I ask is to hit 50 likes, 100 likes. We do the giveaway. And we've been doing the course giveaway. We typically do the ebook giveaway. So it's a win-win. So you learn, you win, we have a good time. We take advantage of trade ideas, exchange ideas, and have a good time. Power hour breakout, possibly. Still sitting right at that support. We got Tom. I think I got you, Tom. I got you right here. Unless it's a different Tom. If it's a different Tom, put your initials, your first initial behind your name. I think there's already a Tom in there, so. Okay, spin the wheel here. All right, giveaway time. Rules are: when you win, send me a message in the free Discord. The link is in the description. Use the code SPY. Use the code SPY and your name. Send me a DM in there, and I will collect your email and add you to the list. Okay. So the winner is, second winner of the day is Anna. Anna is the winner. Again, Anna, congratulations. If you're still in the chat, send me a DM. In the free Discord. With code word SPY. Yep, VIX is starting to push. VIX is right at that 21. Right, just shy of that 22. Could go either way here. Could go either way. Yeah, you're going to join the Discord. The link is here. The Premium Apex Discord. Get access to all the tools, resources, courses. Delay for ad-free stream. There's a few spots left on the trial. Okay, use the code trial30. Whatever price you pay, you're grandfathered in. All right, there is a significant price increase coming soon. Right, we're just migrating to a new platform, WAP. So, previous platform didn't like it as much, right? So, we're trying to keep the prices as friendly as possible, Even if you're not in the Discord, you can enjoy the free tier stream. But eventually, you're going to want to level up. Okay? That's the natural order. So 30, the next shift coming up in 6 minutes. That's the link. Huey. So we did grab these lows. Now, do these lows have enough Do we have enough fuel off these lows to break this resistance, get into this territory, and then start going into these highs up here? So first things first, break here. VIX starts to fall off a cliff. That would be great. That gives us that window to operate from here to here. As the VIX continues to fall off a cliff, everything starts to show some signs of life. Keep in mind, we're still testing that wave. We're going 212 on the 5. We're testing the waves. Okay, so now we go from here into that 681.74. If we can continue to get some buyers to step in, we have a chance at this here. So piece by piece, right? Piece by piece. Yeah, you can use the code trial if you want to test out the Discord. Use the code trial. Trial 30, 25% off. I believe there's a few spots left on that. But our Discord does have a very high retention rate. All right, so do we break? Or is this another trap, slide back the downside? Do the bulls show a little bit of pride? Do they show a little bit of pride and try to push this thing back up? Or do they just take this massive loss and walk home and look to come back tomorrow? Right, so what do the bulls do? It's up to them. All right. Okay, you can send me your email, your DM there, Anna. Okay, I got your message. And then once the boot camp, it's time for the boot camp, I'll send you I'll add you to the invite list. All right. So if you have a hard time joining the Discord, make sure to go to the Spy Strikers free Discord in the WAP. Click that and join there. If your first attempt doesn't work, then what you can do is maybe use a different email. Maybe you have an existing email on WAP or something like that, and take it from there. Okay, got you. What a day, to say the least. So we will be live tomorrow, same time, same place, same channel, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So make sure your notifications are turned on. Most of the opportunities are during first and second shift. Between that first 2 hours, especially that first hour of the day, that's when I'm taking the majority of my trades. All right, we're starting to climb out there. All right, we have room. We went 2-1-2 on the 5. This is all based off of the support. All right, based off of the support bounce. Okay, so you can see, let's go back, just rewind the clock just a little bit. All right, we're saying be on the lookout for that bounce off that support. That'll be the next opportunity. All right, so if you're patient for that, okay, this is the area. Okay, It always makes sense after the fact. All right. Look at this, guys. We're starting to speed up. So now, can we stay above 681.08 and start to make some strides into 681.74 and continue to push higher? We did reclaim POC there. So now let's see if we get above that territory here and we start to push. Right? Even though the bulls are going to lose, right? Barring some sort of miraculous comeback. %. If you guys are enjoying the stream, okay, all I ask is to like, subscribe, share. Anyone take that breakout traders, power hour traders. That's a setup, support, bounce off that support from earlier, 212 strat. So a lot of different traders will be in this push to the upside, right? But different entries to enter that trade. The 212 is right here at 320. The SAT entry, of course, is right here. Grab these lows, first shift lows. That's the first shift. This is all the way going back to third shift lows. So between these two areas, between this grab and this grab. So now it's at this pivotal point. Can it remain above 681.74? If it can, again, we start working our way back to that 682.68. If you don't trade power hour, don't start clicking buttons now. Okay? This is very volatile conditions. Power hour, those contracts are moving really fast. Okay? It takes a certain skill set, and you have to know how to navigate these conditions to really make something out of these moves. Took it, sold early, still very happy. Beautiful job, right? As long as you got something to show for it. That's all that matters. It's like you guys remember the game shows like Deal or No Deal? Like sometimes someone has an opportunity to see what's in the box or take, say, $50,000 home. All right, risk it all, see what's in the box, and win $1 million, or take $50,000 home, or whatever the prize is. So when you're taking profits, you're guaranteeing you're walking away with something. All right, so it's kind of like that scenario. All right, that scenario. All right, so if you're on a game show, you have profits. All right, do you risk those profits to win the bigger prize? Or do you say, hey, you know what? I'll take what's already on the table, and I'll maybe look for the next opportunity. All right, so now we're at that 682 right there. See if that can continue to push. All right, so again, you can see the rationale behind this move. The bulls are trying to make a last-minute rally at the upside, and you can see that nice bounce off that support. So hopefully you guys are learning, guys, the importance of support. Sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated. And take it piece by piece from this breakout to this. Holds above this. Let's see if you get above that initial 50-50. Get above that initial 50-50. Now we're starting to make strides, and we can make room at that 682.86. Right? The small victory, the victory belongs to the Bears, but a small victory for the Bulls would be a close near that 683.47. Which is that VWAP territory. If they can get it there, they at least start to put a wick on this candle. Look at this, okay? All right, it's not up for grabs right now. They lost the game, but try to make that lead, or try to make the game look closer than it was, because now there's a game tomorrow. Right? Just think of each week as a 5-game series between Bulls and Bears. All right, 5-game series. So a lot of times, if you like to watch sports, playoff sports, you know when a team is losing big, going to the next game, right? If they can build some momentum, the late end of the previous game, they can use that momentum into the next game. That's all the bulls are trying to do. So that would be evident if we can get above that 680, 288, even though they're losing, and try to reach into VWAP. If not, if it's just a failed effort, we slide back the downside, then it just turns into a blowout. The momentum was halted. Okay, but regardless, all right, that break provided an opportunity. Even this retest into this territory provided an opportunity. Nice little scalp there. All right, and take it piece by piece. Now, do we have enough to get it from here to here? Or do we need to go back and to revisit some other levels to refuel? So they closed 2 of the windows out of the 3. Out of the 3, 2 of them already got taken out. And if you take it piece by piece, you'll get some good reads. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like. And look at that. Just get smacked right off of this 50-50. Right there. And now that brings their nice little push to a halt. VIX bouncing. If you're a trader that takes profits, you have something to show for it. You don't take profits, or you give back profits. All right? So if you're not trading, you're just observing. All right, things can get very, very volatile here in the last few minutes. Any questions, folks on YouTube? Any questions? YouTube members, any questions, strikers? Watch the fake out. EMA is curling to the upside. See if they can flip 100% thesis. The Q's also bouncing here as well. IW's at view up already. So IW's at view up already. IWM, that is. Small caps. So the Olympics over? I guess the Olympics are over. I'm more of a Summer Olympic guy. Canada. Disappointing. I didn't watch the game, but I did see the result. All right, can't lose that game. But congrats to the U.S. I think men's and women's, right? They beat the Canadian men's and women's in hockey. Okay, look at that back and forth. Jockeying back and forth. We'll wrap it up here in a couple minutes, guys. So if you have any questions, let me know. Let me end the poll here. 114 votes. So 46% of the chat thinks we're going to sell off for the week. 23% of the chat thinks we're going to make all-time highs by the end of the week. And 32% in the chat thinks we're going to kangaroo. I like to call it kangaroo, just chop back and forth for the week. So 46%, so most of you are leaning towards being bearish. Bearish chop is the overall sentiment in the chat so far. So we'll see what tomorrow has in store. All right. Some individual names potentially setting up. I'll send that in the private Discord. Of course, Apex Strikers will go over those names, pre-market prep stream. And we'll look to bounce back tomorrow and do a better job sticking to the plan. The game plan, that is. Any questions, guys? As we wrap up, any questions? Any questions? Wednesday, we'll probably do a marathon stream, NVIDIA stream as well. So be on the lookout for that. Our goal this week is 3,100 subs. So nice rejection as we push back the downside. So we peaked above it, hit exhaustion, fell back below 681.74. And what a day, to say the least. All right, so don't miss the next big move tomorrow. Tomorrow, don't miss the next big move. Wall-to-wall coverage. Okay, we'll wrap it up here in about 4 or 5 minutes. We'll go over ways to join the community, the boot camp. We'll do our call to action. And then we'll wrap up. A tremendous job on the strikers. Tremendous job on our team today. Under 681. It's over. Yeah, if it gets below, yeah, I can see that as well. At 681.08, 681 territory, yeah. That's discouraging. All right, discouraging for the bulls. But it's not over yet. It's just the first day of the week. First day of the week. So right out the gate, sellers jumped in the lead. Let me take a look at the poll. Yeah, so 85% of the chat, 85% of our team was green today. All right, so tremendous job, guys. Again, February was not an easy month. If you joined us for the month of February, all right? But we're still navigating. We're still capitalizing off the best opportunities. So, again, it's on you now to protect your account in the last few days. The last thing you want to do is give back a good chunk of your profits in the last 4 days because the heavy lifting for the month is practically over. All right, so we have a few more days left. So, again, trade responsibly, close out the month. And do whatever you can to close out green, all right, on the month. Especially if you're within, if it's within reach. All right, it's going to do tremendous, tremendous things for your confidence next month. And if you've been on the team since January, and if you're going back-to-back months, all right, it's almost been a quarter. Okay, almost been a quarter. All right, so next month will be critical. Next month will be paramount. Okay. So after that massive, massive slide, that was pretty much it. Just been back and forth for the majority of the day. Again, the 350 algo. The kiddos come home from school around like 3:55, so things can get a little hectic. So I typically end the stream there. All right. So see if I can get to that 350 algo. If not, we'll look to wrap it up here in a couple minutes. 350 algo is basically just an increase in volatility. Very similar to the first 5 minutes of the day. The only difference is the last 5 minutes. Once that last 5 minute wraps up, it's into the close. All right, so you can't capitalize off of it like you would the first 5 minutes, which you have the entire day. The last 10 minutes, I would say, the last 10 minutes, the 350 algo. That's ideally what futures traders pay attention to. Right? Futures traders pay attention to that activity there. All right, not enough fuel to even get back to VWAP. Not enough fuel. Okay. Any questions, guys? Platform Webull. I do have a video on the channel explaining Webull, how to set it up. I also have a video here in the Discord going over Webull as well. If you go to the webinars, right? So setup, Webull, Turbo Trader, these are all available to the members. Okay. There is a video on my channel, the most popular video on the channel. I think it has like 9K, 10K views. Is the Webull tutorial. All right, so check that out if you're looking to set up Webull, Turbo Trader setup on Webull. Optimal for scalping, SPY. All right. Before we wrap up, again, if you want to join the community, smartactiontrade.com. Smartactiontrade.com. There's multiple ways to join. Of course, we do have the light plan available. That's $199 a month, $199 for 5-day trial. You get access to a few features of the community, the chat. But the most popular plan is the Apex plan. You get access to full Discord access, live trading, screen share, ad-free, delay-free. Pre-market prep live stream. We went over a couple of names there. I did make a nice moves today. Extended live trading coverage, high win order ideas, option trading beginners course. You have access to the 6-hour course. Tons and tons of other resources there as well. Use the code TRIAL30. Use the code TRIAL30 to capitalize off of this. As February wraps up, we do have a few more spots on the trial. If you're looking to lock in for the year, one payment of $399 payment, you get access to the boot camp coming up. We'll talk about that. You get access to a coaching call as well. And as well as you get access to the entire server for an entire year. So 4 months free, free coaching call, and free boot camp ticket as well. So a lot of things. The best bang for your buck is this approach. All right. Speaking of the boot camp, this is a boot camp that's coming up this Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Foundations of day trading, risk management, position sizing, all the good things to get you started to day trade, understand the fundamentals, market structures, trend, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators. My 3 A+ setups I'll share with you on Avail, understanding options, calls, puts, Greeks, navigating options chain, developing trend routine, everything you can imagine, all jammed into a 4 to 5 hour session. It's live. It's not pre-recorded. You can ask questions. You can ask for detailed questions when we go to the charts. You can ask questions periodically. There are times for you to ask questions. So it's a very, very hands-on approach to getting you started live day trading options. All right, what do you get? Of course, 4+ hours of material, and of course live training. PDF, all the PDF stuff you get for free. List of tools and resources. Look at the 350 algo here, my ebook, and the Shotgun 15 course. All that is available to you. Sign up for the first 5 spots, 20% off. First 5 spots, only $100. That's less than your stop. All right, so invest in yourself. Take advantage. First 5 spots, 20% off is all within arm's reach. All right, so again, join the community. If you have the yearly tier, you have access to the boot camp. If you're looking to book a coaching call, which a lot of you are, again, book a coaching call that's available. Okay, ebook that's available as well. If you want to support the channel further, merch is also available as well. We have the book bags, the travel book bags. We have the journal. We have the Crossover Profit tees, and of course, the most famous is the Power Up SAT Power Up mug. Right? Rumor is again, this is all qualitative data. The people who did order our mugs, right, haven't seen a red week since they have nothing to back it up. But qualitative data is the mugs are what the edges. Okay, the mugs are where the edge lie. Yeah, if you join the Discord, you have access to everything. All right. So again, guys, if you have any questions, put in the chat. If not, we're gonna wrap it up here. Link to the Discord. Use the code trial if you're on the fence. That's available next month, March. There's gonna be 10 spots available on the trial. Okay, this is the link. Okay, that should come to under $50. There's the link here. Okay. Any questions? Any questions, guys, as we continue to chop around in Power Hour? If not, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe. God bless each one of you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos,